I still think about that day, years later. Sometimes, when the world gets too loud or too predictable, my mind drifts back to the quiet horror of it all, a shiver running down my spine even in the warmth of my own home. I was 27 then, a little too confident, a little too sure of my own judgment. I'd grown up on the coast, spent my entire life around the ocean. Surfing, fishing, exploring hidden coves, it was second nature to me. So when I heard about the stretch of untouched beach up north, a place only accessible by a long, winding hike through dense forest, I saw it as a challenge, an adventure. It was late autumn, the kind of time when most sane people were hunkering down, not striking out alone into the wilderness. But the forecasts had promised a rare, clear weekend, a last gasp of mild weather before winter truly bit. I packed light, a small tent, a sleeping bag, some dehydrated food, and a good map. My plan was to hike in on Friday afternoon, camp for 2 nights, and head back Sunday. A solo trip, just me in the wild, something I'd done countless times before. Looking back, that was my first mistake, or at least the biggest vulnerability I brought with me. Going alone, always going alone. The trail was rougher than I'd anticipated, overgrown in places, forcing me to push through thickets of prickly gorse and low-hanging branches. By the time the trees finally thinned and I caught my first glimpse of the ocean, the sun was already dipping low, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. It was beautiful, truly breathtaking. The beach itself was pristine, a wide expanse of pale sand curving gently between two rugged headlands. No footprints but my own. No litter, just endless, untouched nature. I found a relatively flat spot tucked against the base of a low dune, sheltered from the wind, and set up my tent. The air was calm, still, carrying the faint, briny scent of the sea. After a quick meal, I walked down to the water's edge. The last light of day was fading, turning the ocean into a vast, dark canvas, and that's when I noticed it. It wasn't a sudden shock, more like a slow, creeping realization. A subtle whisper of something wrong that pricked at the back of my neck. The waves. They weren't moving. Not in the way they should have been, not in the rhythmic ebb and flow I'd known my entire life. They were there, yes, cresting in gentle, foamy peaks, but they were static, frozen, as if the ocean had just stopped breathing mid-exhale. The water near the shore was like glass, reflecting the dying embers of the sunset without a ripple. Further out, where the larger swells should have been rolling in, they stood suspended, whitecaps perfectly still against the darkening horizon. It was utterly silent, too. No crashing roar, no gentle lapping. Just the sound of my own blood in my ears, and the unnerving, profound quiet of a world that had forgotten how to move. My breath hitched, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. Rationality, the solid bedrock of my coastal upbringing, screamed for an explanation. It had to be an optical illusion, a trick of the fading light, the exhaustion from the hike. I rubbed my eyes hard, then opened them again. The scene remained unchanged. The waves suspended, perfect, like a photograph taken an instant before a massive splash, but held indefinitely. The white caps, delicate lace on a dark blue fabric, didn't shimmer, didn't shift. They simply were. I took a tentative step forward, then another, drawn by a morbid curiosity that warred with a primal urge to bolt. My feet scrunched on the dry sand, the only sound breaking the unnatural silence. The air, usually thick with the murmur and sigh of the ocean, felt empty, hollow. It was like standing in a soundproof chamber, every rustle of my jacket, every thump of my heart, amplified to an alarming degree. I reached the water's edge, where the smallest, foamiest tendrils of wave should have been gently dissolving into the sand. But they weren't dissolving. They were fixed, perfectly preserved. I knelt, my hand trembling slightly as I reached out. My fingers hovered inches above the surface. It looked like water. It had the same dark, translucent quality, reflecting the last slivers of twilight, but it wasn't moving, not even the faintest ripple, the most subtle tremor. With a jolt, I touched it. Felt cold, intensely so, but not like ice. It was yielding, wet, undeniably liquid, yet my fingers didn't sink. They met resistance, as if I were pressing against a layer of firm, chilled gel. The surface didn't break, didn't ripple, didn't even dimple. It was like pushing against an invisible, elastic membrane. I tried again, pressing harder. My fingertips seemed to deform the surface infinitesimally, creating a tiny, concave depression, but the water itself didn't move. It didn't flow into the indent. It simply held its shape, like a perfectly still, solid liquid hybrid. A shiver colder than the impossible water ran through me. This wasn't an illusion. This wasn't natural. Every fiber of my being, every lesson learned from a lifetime spent by the sea, screamed that this was fundamentally, terribly wrong. The ocean wasn't just a body of water. It was a living, breathing entity, constantly in motion. To see it frozen like this was like watching a heart stop mid-beat. I pulled my hand back, wiping the invisible wetness on my jeans. There was no residue, no lingering cold. It was as if my touch had been absorbed, leaving no trace. I stood up, slowly turning in a full circle. The strange phenomenon stretched out in every direction. To my left, the curve of the beach disappeared into the gloom, the static waves following its arc. To my right, the rugged headland jutted out, and beyond it, the same unnerving stillness extended into the darkening expanse. The sheer scale of it was mind-boggling. This wasn't just a patch of water. This was an entire section of the ocean, arrested in time. The sun had finally dipped below the horizon, leaving only a lingering blush in the western sky. The stars, usually dim near the coast due to light pollution, were beginning to prick through the deepening blue. Here, far from any towns, they promised to be spectacular. But tonight, their appearance felt less like a comfort and more like a spotlight on my isolation, emphasizing the alien nature of the world around me. My eyes scanned the horizon again, desperately searching for some sign of movement, some breaking of the spell. A distant ship, perhaps, a faint ripple from a surfacing whale, nothing, just the vast, dark tapestry of the ocean, caught in an eternal pause. The whitecaps, now less distinct against the growing darkness, still held their frozen form, like ghost ships sailing on a tranquil, dead sea. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw at the edges of my composure. My mind raced, trying to grasp at any rational explanation. A freak seismic event, some unknown chemical reaction, but none of it made sense. Seismic events caused tsunamis, chaos, not perfect, unwavering stillness. Chemicals might affect a local pool, but an entire ocean, and the complete silence that was the most unsettling part. It was a silence so profound it felt like a pressure against my eardrums, a vacuum where sound should be. I tried to recall any similar phenomena, any bizarre tales from the countless hours I'd spent reading about oceanography, myth, and folklore. Nothing. This was beyond the scope of anything I had ever encountered or even imagined. It was a glitch in the fabric of reality itself. My tent, a small, brightly colored patch against the darkening sand, suddenly seemed miles away, a fragile beacon in a world that had gone utterly mad. I needed to get back to it. I needed to think, maybe eat something. My stomach rumbled, a normal human sound that was a stark contrast to the unearthly quiet around me. I began to walk back towards my campsite, my steps heavy, my eyes constantly darting back to the ocean. Even as I retreated, the image of those frozen waves was burned into my retinas. It was an assault on everything I knew, everything I understood about the natural world. My confidence, once so unwavering, had evaporated, replaced by a deep-seated dread. Reaching my tent, I fumbled with the zipper, my hands less steady than before. Inside, the familiar smell of nylon and dry earth was a small comfort. I sat down, cross-legged, pulling out my headlamp. Its beam cut through the encroaching darkness, illuminating the small space. For a moment, I considered getting out my satellite phone, but what would I say? Hello, emergency services. The ocean has stopped moving. Yes, I'm serious. They'd think I was crazy or drunk or both. And even if they believed me, what could they do? How do you fix a frozen ocean? I unzipped a bag of dehydrated pasta, the crinkle of the plastic absurdly loud. I needed to eat, to maintain some semblance of routine, some anchor in the storm of unreality swirling around me. I lit my small gas stove, the hiss of the flame a welcome sound, a tiny assertion of normalcy. As the water began to boil, I stared out through the mesh of the tent door. The moon, a sliver of silver, had begun its ascent. Its light, cool and ethereal, cast an even stranger pallor over the static sea. The whitecaps, now luminous, seemed to glow faintly against the deep blue-black of the water. They looked like frozen tears, caught forever on the face of a weeping giant. My mind, despite the horror, couldn't help but try to analyze, to catalog. The phenomenon wasn't just on the surface. The larger swells further out were also perfectly still. It implied that the effect went deep, that the entire body of water was somehow affected. But how? What force could possibly exert such universal, unwavering control over something as vast and dynamic as the ocean? I ate my pasta mechanically, barely tasting it. Every few spoonfuls, my gaze would drift back to the tent opening, back to the silent, immobile sea. The dread wasn't lessening, it was deepening, morphing into a profound sense of isolation. I was utterly alone, witnessing something that defied all laws of nature, something no one would ever believe. After cleaning up, I zipped up the tent flap, plunging the interior into near darkness. I didn't want to see it anymore, but closing my eyes didn't help. The image of the frozen waves was seared onto my mind's eye. I lay in my sleeping bag, trying to find a comfortable position, but every muscle was tense, every nerve on edge. The usual sounds of the wilderness, the rustle of leaves, the distant cry of a nocturnal bird, the ever-present roar of the ocean, were absent. The silence pressed in, heavy and absolute. It was the sound of absence, the sound of a world holding its breath. Hours passed. I tried to sleep, to escape into the oblivion of unconsciousness, but it was impossible. My mind raced, looping through the impossible observations. The cold, firm yet liquid surface, the complete lack of sound, the sheer scale. Was it just this stretch of beach, or was it the whole coast, the whole world? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. If the entire ocean had stopped, what would that mean for the planet, for life itself? I pictured the vast, churning currents, the delicate ecosystems, the countless creatures that depended on the movement of the water. All of it just stopped. It was an apocalyptic vision, rendered in chilling stillness. Eventually, an idea born of desperation and a lifetime of problem-solving began to form. I needed more information. I couldn't just sit here, paralyzed by fear. I had to investigate, and the best way to investigate something unknown was to approach it from a different angle. If the waves were frozen, what about under the water? The thought was terrifying, but also exhilarating in its sheer audacity. I had brought my wetsuit. I had my snorkel and mask. I had my fins. It was a crazy idea, a dangerous idea, but it was an idea. And in this profound stillness, action, any action, felt like a vital antidote to the creeping paralysis of fear. I knew the risks. The water, if it truly was frozen in some bizarre way, could be lethally cold. There could be unseen hazards. but my curiosity, coupled with a deep-seated need to understand, to rationalize, to do something, was overpowering. I couldn't leave, not yet, not without trying to find an answer, even a small one. I waited for the first faint hint of dawn. The night was endless, punctuated only by the frantic beat of my own heart. I thought about packing up, hiking out, trying to forget what I'd seen, but I knew I couldn't. This wasn't something you could unsee. It was an experience that had irrevocably altered my understanding of reality, and if I left without trying to understand, it would haunt me forever. As the sky in the east began to lighten, a faint gray wash replacing the deep black, I slowly, deliberately began to prepare. I pulled on my thickest wetsuit. The neoprene was cold against my skin, but familiar. I checked the seals, adjusted the fit. Each movement was deliberate, a ritual against chaos. Next, my mask and snorkel. I tested the seal on the mask, ensuring no leaks. Fins lay ready beside me. I gathered a few other things, my waterproof headlamp, a small, durable knife, and a thin rope just in case. My waterproof camera, too. Maybe proof would help, although I doubted it could capture the profound strangeness of the silence, the sheer immobility. I unzipped the tent flap. The world outside was still bathed in the pre-dawn gloom, but the outline of the headlands was sharper, the sky above beginning to glow with promise, and the ocean still frozen, still silent. The luminous whitecaps now looked like skeletal fingers grasping at the first light. I walked down to the water's edge again. The air was crisp, cold, carrying no scent of the sea, only the faint, earthy smell of the dunes. I paused, taking a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. This was it. I was going to enter the impossible. I sat on the sand, pulled on my fins, and adjusted my mask. The snorkel mouthpiece felt strange, a foreign object in my mouth in this unnaturally quiet world. I stood up, feeling awkward and heavy in the gear. The water looked invitingly calm, yet menacingly still. Slowly, cautiously, I stepped into the water. My first impression was the cold. It was bone-chilling, far colder than the air, far colder than any ocean water I'd experienced in late autumn. It seeped through the wetsuit, a creeping invasion. But what truly astonished me was the sensation of entry. There was no splash, no ripple. My feet, then my shins, then my knees slid into the water as if I were stepping into a pool of extremely viscous, chilled oil. The water didn't yield and flow around me in the normal way. Instead, it seemed to part with an almost deliberate slowness, then close in behind me with the same eerie lack of disturbance. I pushed myself forward, the fins providing propulsion, but the water felt thick, resistant, like pushing through dense syrup. It wasn't impossible to move, but it required effort. I could feel the pressure of the water against my body, a constant, firm embrace that was unlike anything I had ever felt in the ocean. There was no current, no undertow, no subtle shifting. It was like swimming through a gelatinous, liquid wall. I ducked my head beneath the surface. The world went instantly silent. My ears, encased in the mask, heard only the muffled sounds of my own breathing through the snorkel. The visual shock, however, was immense. The light, even this early in the morning, penetrated the water with an uncanny clarity. It was like looking through perfectly still, impossibly clean glass. I could see the sandy bottom clearly beneath me, perhaps 15 feet down. Usually, even in calm conditions, there would be a gentle dance of particles, a subtle sway of kelp, a darting fish. But here, everything was frozen. The kelp, usually a graceful, swaying forest, stood rigid, its long fronds pointing in various directions as if caught mid-flow. Small pebbles on the seabed were perfectly outlined, no sediment swirling around them, and the fish. My heart leaped into my throat. There were fish, A school of small, silvery fish frozen mid-swim, their bodies suspended in perfect, static arcs. A larger rockfish, its fins flared, hovered motionless beside a boulder. Even a tiny crab, its claws raised in a defensive posture, was caught in an eternal tableau. They weren't dead, not in the way a dead fish floats or sinks. They were simply stopped. Their eyes, unblinking, seemed to stare out into the unmoving depths, trapped in a moment of perpetual stillness. The scales of the silvery fish caught the faint light, reflecting it like tiny, unmoving mirrors. I kicked my fins, propelling myself deeper. The pressure increased, a slow, gentle squeeze around my body. My headlamp, now active, cut a beam through the clear water, illuminating the bizarre underwater scene. Every detail was sharp, precise, like a hyper-realistic diorama. I swam past a patch of anemones, their delicate tentacles outstretched, perfectly still. No shimmering, no retraction. They were vibrant, alive in color, but dead in motion. It was beautiful in a terrifying, grotesque way, a graveyard of life perfectly preserved. I extended my hand, tentatively, towards one of the frozen fish. It was a small, striped sergeant major, about 6 inches long, perfectly positioned as if mid-turn. My fingers reached it. It felt cool, smooth, and solid, yet yielded slightly under my touch. It was like pressing against the liquid surface earlier, but here the feeling was more pronounced. The fish was clearly not solid ice, nor was it a normal, living creature. It was something in between, a biological form held in a state of suspended animation. I could feel the faint outline of its scales, the texture of its fins, but there was no give, no movement, no sign of life. I pulled my hand back, a deep chill seeping into my core that had nothing to do with the water's temperature. This was beyond anything I could have imagined. This wasn't just the waves, it was the entire ecosystem, the very essence of life, caught and held. I continued to swim, slowly, carefully, my gaze sweeping the silent, unmoving world. I saw larger creatures, a shark, small and slender, its mouth slightly agape, perfectly motionless above a coral outcrop. Its skin, usually sleek and dynamic, seemed duller, almost waxy. The coral itself, a riot of colors, was equally still, no polyps swaying, no subtle growth. The absence of sound was overwhelming. Underwater, the ocean usually hums with life, the clicks of shrimp, the groans of whales, the distant thrum of currents. Here there was nothing, just the deafening silence of a world that had ceased to breathe. My own breathing through the snorkel, a ragged, desperate sound, was the only proof I had that I was still alive, still moving in this frozen kingdom. I looked up through the clear water towards the surface. It was a shimmering, unbroken ceiling, perfectly flat, reflecting the faint dawn light. It seemed impossibly far away, a boundary between the nightmare I was in and the slightly less impossible world above. How far did this go? How deep? Was the entire ocean like this? The implications were staggering. If so, then life on Earth as we knew it was effectively over. Without the ocean's currents, its massive influence on climate, its role as the source of so much life, the planet would quickly become uninhabitable. A new, terrifying thought struck me. If the fish were alive but frozen, what about larger creatures? And what if something unfrozen were down here? The idea sent a fresh surge of adrenaline through me. I was vulnerable, exposed. The wetsuit was a shield against the cold, but it was no protection against the unknown. I decided to head back towards shore, but not without one more experiment. I pulled out my knife. The blade gleamed dully in the beam of my headlamp. With a surge of reckless determination, I extended my arm and slowly, steadily, pushed the tip of the knife against the frozen side of the small, striped fish. The blade met resistance, but it wasn't the resistance of solid rock or even dense ice. It was more like pushing into a very stiff, very cold block of jelly. The knife penetrated slowly, creating a small, clean slit in the fish's side. No blood welled up, no fluid escaped. The wound simply existed, a dark line against the patterned scales, perfectly held open by the unyielding flesh. I retracted the knife. The wound remained, a dark, motionless testimony to my violent act. No self-healing, no collapse of tissue. It was like cutting into a meticulously crafted model. The fish, however, showed no reaction. Its unblinking eye stared, oblivious. A wave of nausea washed over me. What had I done? I had violated a creature trapped in an impossible state. It felt like a desecration. I was a trespasser in a world that had already died, but hadn't been allowed to decompose. I turned, kicking my fins with more urgency now, wanting to be out of this silent, frozen tomb. The return felt even more strenuous. The viscous water seemed to cling to me, reluctant to release its captive. As I neared the shallower water, the sandy bottom became clearer, and the kelp swayed just as rigidly as before. I finally broke the surface, gasping for air that felt thin and cold in my lungs. I pulled the snorkel from my mouth, letting it hang. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the backdrop of absolute silence. I stood chest-deep in the water, my breath coming in ragged puffs. The cold was now a searing burn, having finally penetrated the wetsuit's defenses. I stumbled out of the water, peeling off my mask and fins. The sand felt gritty and real beneath my bare feet. I looked back at the ocean, the dawn light now stronger, painting the frozen surface in hues of muted gray and steel blue. The white caps, now clearly visible, still stood defiant, silent monuments to a stopped world. I needed to warm up to get my bearings to process what I had seen. I hurried back to my tent, my body shivering uncontrollably, not just from the cold, but from the sheer terror of my discovery. Inside, I quickly stripped off the wetsuit, my movements clumsy and uncoordinated. I pulled on warm, dry clothes, my teeth chattering. I brewed another cup of coffee, my hands still shaking as I held the warm mug. My mind was a whirlwind of images. The perfectly suspended fish, the rigid kelp, the still anemones, the unblinking eye of the small shark. It was all so utterly, terrifyingly real. I had to get out, I had to tell someone, but who, and how would I even begin to explain? The rational part of my brain, though battered, was still fighting. There had to be an explanation, a scientific one, however far-fetched. I packed my gear with a desperate efficiency, my movements jerky and frantic. The tent, the sleeping bag, the cooking stove, everything was crammed haphazardly into my backpack. I didn't care about order or neatness. All I cared about was escape. As I zipped up my backpack, my eyes fell upon something unexpected, something I hadn't noticed in my panicked state. In the sand, right outside my tent flap, where the ground was slightly disturbed by my earlier movements, there was a footprint. It wasn't my footprint. It was larger than mine, wider, with an odd, elongated heel. It wasn't a human print, and it wasn't the print of any animal I knew from the coast. No claw marks, no distinct toe pads like a bear or a cougar. It was just a foot, a single, distinct, deeply impressed print in the damp sand. My breath caught in my throat. I knelt, examining it closely. It was perfectly formed, clearly defined. It looked like it had been made by something heavy, something that had passed by very recently. But how? I had been watching the ocean, engrossed in its impossible stillness. I hadn't heard a thing, and in this oppressive silence, any movement should have been amplified. I followed the print with my eyes. There was another, further up the dune, half obscured by a tuft of grass. Then another, leading away from the beach, towards the dense forest where the hiking trail began. My blood ran cold, colder than the impossible ocean. I was not alone. Someone or something had been here while I was diving. While I was submerged in the frozen depths, an unknown entity had walked past my tent. The terror I had felt before, the profound dread of the impossible ocean, was now eclipsed by a more primal, immediate fear. The unknown, out there in the silent world, was no longer just a phenomenon, it was a presence. And it was heading into the woods in the same direction I needed to go to escape. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee, to abandon everything and just sprint for the trail. But the thought of blindly rushing into the forest, into the very path of whatever had left that print, was equally terrifying. I was trapped between the frozen horror of the sea and the unseen menace of the land. I gripped the straps of my backpack, my knuckles white. The sun was now fully risen, painting the beach in pale gold. The frozen ocean shimmered, an ironic mockery of beauty. The forest, a dark, brooding mass against the brightening sky, seemed to watch me, its shadows deep and uninviting. I had to move. I couldn't stay here, vulnerable and exposed. But which way? The rational mind, the part that had always prided itself on logic and survival skills, was screaming at me. A single footprint, no further signs. Maybe it was a one-off, a fluke. Maybe it had nothing to do with the ocean, or maybe it was just a local animal I didn't recognize. But the gut feeling, the primal part of my brain that screamed danger, knew better. This wasn't normal. Nothing about this day was normal. And whatever had left that print had done so silently, stealthily, while I was distracted by an impossible world. It was a witness, or worse, it was connected. I made a decision, born of desperate calculation. I would follow the prints, not out of curiosity, but out of necessity. If I knew where it had gone, I could try to avoid it, or at least I wouldn't be walking blindly into an ambush. It was a slender thread of logic, but it was all I had. I slung my backpack over my shoulders, the weight feeling oppressive. My legs, though tired, felt charged with a frantic energy. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. This was it, the next phase of the nightmare. I began to walk, slowly at first, then picking up speed, following the faint, yet clear, impressions in the sand, and then onto the softer earth at the edge of the forest. Each step I took felt like a step deeper into the unknown, leaving behind the impossibly still ocean for a different kind of terrifying mystery. The silence of the beach was replaced by the rustle of leaves under my own feet, a sound I would normally find comforting, but now felt like a blaring announcement of my presence. The forest, dense and ancient, loomed before me, its towering trees casting long, forbidding shadows. I felt like a small, insignificant trespasser in a world that had suddenly decided to reveal its true, horrifying nature. Every snapped twig, every distant bird call, now seemed loaded with sinister meaning. The true horror wasn't just what the ocean had become. It was the realization that I was still in it, and now something else was with me. The first few prints were easy to follow, clear depressions in the damp sand, and then the softer earth at the forest's edge. They led away from the beach, directly towards the main trail I had used to hike in. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic rhythm that felt impossibly loud in the overwhelming silence of the woods. Every rustle of leaves beneath my feet, every snap of a twig, was a jarring intrusion, broadcasting my presence to whatever lurked ahead. The forest was ancient and dense here, a thick canopy of cedar and spruce that choked out much of the morning light. The air grew colder, damp with the smell of rich earth and decaying leaves. The trees were so tightly packed, their lower branches intertwined, that it felt less like walking through a forest and more like entering a dark, arboreal tunnel. Shadows clung to everything, making it difficult to see more than a few yards ahead. I moved with exaggerated caution, my senses on high alert. My eyes constantly scanned the undergrowth, flicking from tree trunk to shadowed bush, searching for any sign of movement, any shape that didn't belong. The backpack felt like a crushing weight, pulling me down, making every step an effort. I kept one hand on the hilt of the knife sheathed at my hip, a small, irrational comfort. The prints continued, sometimes clear, sometimes barely discernible in patches of harder ground or over layers of fallen pine needles. But they were always there, leading me deeper. They maintained their strange, elongated shape, undeniably non-human, confirming my initial terror. The size of them suggested something powerful, something heavy. Yet, whatever it was, it had moved silently. That was the detail that truly terrified me, its ability to be so utterly quiet in a world that now amplified every other sound. After perhaps an hour of this agonizing trek, the trail of prints became more erratic. They started veering away from what I knew to be the general direction of the main hiking path, bending deeper into the untouched wilderness, parallel to the coastline but further inland. This wasn't just someone walking the trail. This was something moving with purpose, off the beaten path. A cold dread settled deeper into my bones. Why would it go this way? What was it searching for or avoiding? My initial plan had been to follow it just enough to ascertain its direction, then double back and try to loop around it, making my escape. But now it was leading me further astray, deeper into the unknown. I paused, leaning against a moss-covered tree, my breath ragged. The silence of the forest was less absolute than on the beach, here punctuated by the occasional distant caw of a crow or the faint chirping of unseen insects. But even these sounds felt muted, somehow wrong, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I felt watched, an unsettling prickle on the back of my neck that had nothing to do with the cool air. A flicker of movement caught my eye. My head snapped to the left. Nothing, just the shifting patterns of light and shadow filtering through the dense canopy. My imagination was playing tricks on me, amplifying my fear. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, trying to regain my composure. Focus, stay rational. But rationality felt like a distant memory. The ocean, frozen, the fish suspended, and now these footprints. This was a nightmare, and I was wide awake. I pushed off the tree, forcing myself to continue. The prints were fainter now, sometimes just a faint impression in a patch of soft loam or a disturbed arrangement of fallen leaves. I had to slow down even more, my eyes glued to the ground, my head constantly swiveling. Then I saw it, not a print this time, but something else. A broken branch, snapped cleanly, lay across a cluster of ferns. It was a thick branch, easily a foot in diameter, well above human reach. Whatever had passed here had either stepped on it or broken it in its passage. The break itself looked fresh, the wood still pale and moist. My gaze traveled upwards, following the trajectory of the broken branch, and I saw more. Higher up on the trunk of a massive spruce was a long, deep gouge in the bark, not like a bear's claw marks, which were usually multiple and parallel. This was a single, clean score, as if something sharp and heavy had been dragged along the tree. It was at least 10 feet up. This thing was enormous and powerful. A new wave of terror, cold and absolute, washed over me. I was following something far beyond my understanding, something capable of breaking thick branches and scoring trees at impossible heights. My small knife felt utterly useless. My presence here felt suicidally foolish. I wanted to turn back, to flee, to abandon the prince and just run screaming in the opposite direction. But the fear of the unknown behind me, of having not seen what I was dealing with, was still strong. And the prince continued to lead me further away from the coast, deeper inland. My only chance was to understand, however vaguely, what I was up against. The forest began to change. The ground became rockier, rising gently. The trees, though still dense, thinned out slightly in places, allowing more dappled light to reach the forest floor. I noticed the air growing subtly warmer, losing some of the ocean's chill. This was higher ground, a ridge line, I realized, still running parallel to the coast. As I ascended, the prince became harder to discern, often disappearing entirely on the rocky outcrops. I had to rely on subtle cues: a displaced stone, a bruised patch of moss, another inexplicably broken branch. It was painstakingly slow, a test of patience I didn't know I possessed. Then a scent hit me. It was faint at first, barely perceptible against the damp, earthy smell of the forest. But as I moved further, it grew stronger, an unpleasant, acrid odor. Not like any animal I recognized. It was metallic, yet strangely organic, like stagnant water mixed with rust and something faintly sweet, almost sickly. It prickled at the back of my throat, making me want to gag. My stomach clenched. This was the creature's scent. It was close. I moved with renewed caution, every muscle tensed, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The trees began to thin more dramatically. I could see patches of bright light ahead, signaling a clearing, or perhaps the end of the dense forest altogether. The scent was overpowering now, filling my nostrils, nauseating me. I crept forward, my eyes fixed on the line of trees ahead, where the light spilled through. I reached the edge of the clearing, pushing aside a screen of thick ferns. And froze. It wasn't a clearing in the usual sense. It was a vast, circular depression in the earth, perhaps 50 yards across, like a crater. The trees around its rim were stunted and twisted, their branches skeletal, their leaves a sickly yellowish-brown, even though the surrounding forest was vibrant green. No undergrowth grew within the crater itself. The ground was bare, exposed earth, a strange, dark, almost obsidian-like soil that shimmered faintly. And in the very center of this barren crater stood a structure. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, not natural, not man-made. It was roughly conical, but with an irregular, organic quality, as if it had grown rather than been built. It was enormous, easily 30 feet high, made of the same dark, shimmering material as the ground it stood on. It was smooth, featureless, reflecting the sky like polished black glass, but it wasn't uniform. There were subtle undulations, ripples in its surface, as if the material was liquid but held perfectly still. It pulsed faintly, not with light, but with an internal, almost imperceptible tremor that seemed to hum in the very air around it. The acrid scent was strongest here, emanating directly from the structure. It was an overwhelming assault on my senses. My head swam, a wave of dizziness washing over me. I felt a profound sense of disorientation, as if the very air in the crater was warped, subtly pulling at my equilibrium. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. It was alien, utterly out of place, a silent, dark monolith squatting in the heart of the ancient forest. My mind, still grappling with the impossible ocean, now had this. And then I saw the footprints. They weren't just around the crater, they led directly to it. Dozens of them, overlapping, circling the structure, deeper and more defined here in the strange, dark soil. It was clear that whatever had left them spent a lot of time here. This was its lair, its destination. My gaze swept around the crater, searching for the source of the prints. I strained my eyes, peering into the shadows cast by the strange structure, then back towards the twisted trees at the rim. And there it was. Near the base of the conical structure, almost camouflaged against its dark surface, was a creature. It was immense, easily 8 feet tall, maybe more, standing on two powerful column-like legs that ended in those distinctive, elongated feet. Its body was broad, muscular, covered in a dark, leathery hide that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. It had no discernible head in the traditional sense. Instead, its torso tapered upwards into a blunt, rounded mass, with two dark, gleaming points on either side that I realized, with a sickening lurch, must be its eyes. They were vast, multifaceted, like an insect's, reflecting the muted light of the forest in 1,000 tiny facets. Two powerful, multi-jointed arms hung loosely at its sides, thick as tree trunks, ending in massive, clawed hands. The claws were long, curved, and obsidian black, capable of tearing through flesh and bone, or, I now understood, scoring bark from a tree at 10 feet. It was still, utterly, unnervingly still, like the fish in the ocean. It was facing the structure, its massive body silhouetted against the dark cone, as if observing it or waiting for something. The acrid smell was strongest around it, a heavy, suffocating presence. I didn't dare breathe. I was frozen, hidden by the ferns, a spectator to a horror show I desperately wished I hadn't found. My heart was a frantic drum, threatening to burst from my chest. Every nerve ending in my body screamed to run, to flee, to make myself as small and invisible as possible. But something held me, a morbid fascination, a desperate need to understand. This creature, this structure, the frozen ocean, it was all connected. I felt it with a sickening certainty. This was the source. This was it. I watched, unable to move, for what felt like an eternity. The creature remained motionless, its dark form a silent sentinel. The structure hummed with its imperceptible tremor. The air in the crater pulsed with that dizzying disorientation. Then a subtle shift. One of the creature's massive arms slowly, almost imperceptibly, lifted. It moved with a smooth, fluid grace that belied its immense size. The clawed hand extended, reaching towards the surface of the dark, conical structure. It didn't touch it directly. Instead, it hovered inches away, its claws flexing slowly, like a predator testing the air. And as it did, a faint, almost invisible shimmer began to ripple across the surface of the structure, directly beneath its hand. It was like heat haze, but darker, more profound. The air around me seemed to grow heavier, thicker. The metallic, acrid scent intensified, burning my nostrils. I felt a pressure building in my head, a sharp, piercing pain behind my eyes. My vision blurred for a moment, the edges of the clearing seeming to waver. The shimmer on the structure intensified, growing into a localized ripple spreading outwards from the point beneath the creature's hand. The dark, obsidian surface seemed to soften, to liquefy, though it maintained its shape. It was like watching thick, black oil slowly stir. And then a sound. It wasn't loud, not a roar or a shriek. It was a low, resonant thrum, deep and guttural, vibrating through the ground, through my very bones. It originated from the creature, a sound of immense power, resonating from its very core. It wasn't a vocalization in the way a human or animal speaks. It was a sound of will, a pure expression of force. As the thrum intensified, the liquid ripple on the structure grew. A section of the dark cone, about 10 feet high and 5 feet wide, began to separate. It wasn't opening like a door. It was as if the material itself was unzipping, curling inwards, revealing a maw of utter, absolute darkness within. It was a darkness so profound it seemed to absorb all light, a void that defied perception. The creature's thrumming deepened, a low, powerful hum that seemed to vibrate the very air. Its multifaceted eyes, now clearly visible in the deeper gloom of the crater, glowed with a faint, internal luminescence like embers. It stepped forward slowly, deliberately, towards the gaping maw in the structure. Each of its massive feet sank slightly into the dark, obsidian-like soil, leaving deep, fresh prints that glowed faintly for a moment before fading. I watched, mesmerized by a terror so profound it transcended fear and became a strange, detached observation. I was witnessing something truly monumental, something from another reality. The creature reached the opening. Its powerful shoulders, hunched slightly, seemed to fit perfectly within the dark aperture. It paused, its head-like mass tilted slightly towards the void. The acrid smell intensified to an unbearable degree, making my eyes water. Then it began to melt. Not melt in the conventional sense, not dissolve into liquid, but its edges, its very form, seemed to soften, to blur, as if its physical cohesion was loosening. A faint, almost transparent haze surrounded its body, distorting its outline. It began to sink slowly, smoothly, into the utter darkness of the opening. It was like watching a ghost dissolve into smoke, but with a horrifyingly solid, physical presence. Its powerful legs first, then its massive torso, then its blunt, head-like mass, all seemed to flow, to pour into the void. The thrumming sound reached a peak, resonating deep within my chest, making my vision swim. The pressure in my head was excruciating. I felt a powerful urge to retch, to scream, to simply collapse. And then it was gone. The creature had vanished, completely subsumed by the absolute darkness of the opening. As soon as its last visible part disappeared, the thrumming ceased. The pressure in my head immediately began to recede, leaving a dull ache. The acrid smell, though still present, lessened slightly, and the opening in the structure, with an eerie, almost silent fluidity, began to close. The dark, liquid-like material of the cone rippled inwards, stitching itself back together with the same bizarre, seamless motion with which it had opened. In moments, the surface was smooth again, featureless, reflecting the muted light of the sky. No crack, no seam, no trace of the opening remained. The conical structure was whole once more, a dark, silent sentinel. I stood there, hidden amongst the ferns, gasping for air, shaking uncontrollably. My mind reeled, struggling to process what I had just witnessed. This creature, this structure, its ability to open the very fabric of something, and the way it had dissolved had entered a void. Was this connected to the frozen ocean? It had to be. The stillness, the unnatural states of matter, the profound silence broken by the creature's thrum, it all pointed to a single, impossible source. The silence of the crater returned, broken only by my ragged breathing. My eyes darted around, searching for any other signs, any movement. Nothing. The crater was empty, save for the dark, shimmering monolith. My legs finally gave out. I sank to my knees amongst the ferns, my head in my hands, trying to suppress a hysterical sob. I was completely out of my depth. I had stumbled upon something truly ancient, truly alien, something that defied every law of physics and biology I knew. I had to get out of here. I had to run. The immediate danger was gone, for now, but the knowledge of what I had seen was a far greater burden. I needed to put as much distance as possible between myself and this place. Carefully, slowly, I pushed myself back to my feet. Every muscle ached, every nerve ending felt raw. I turned, ready to retrace my steps, to somehow find my way back to civilization, to warn someone. But as I turned, my gaze fell upon something else, something I hadn't noticed in my terror-induced trance. Near the edge of the crater, closer to my position, was a small, almost perfectly spherical object. It was about the size of a golf ball, and it glowed with a faint, internal light, a pulsating violet hue. It lay on the dark, obsidian-like soil, an incongruous splash of color in the desaturated landscape. It wasn't there before, I was sure of it. It must have fallen or been left behind by the creature. A part of it, perhaps, or something it had dropped. A fresh surge of morbid curiosity, warring with my primal fear, compelled me forward. I couldn't leave without knowing. What was this thing? Was it important? Was it dangerous? I took a tentative step, then another, moving out of the cover of the ferns and into the open crater. The dark soil felt unnaturally smooth, almost slimy, beneath my boots. The acrid scent was still strong, but mixed now with a faint, ozone-like smell, like after a lightning strike. I approached the glowing sphere with extreme caution, my heart thrumming. The closer I got, the brighter its violet glow seemed to become, pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm like a tiny alien heart. It hummed faintly, a high-pitched, almost inaudible whine that I felt more than heard. I knelt beside it, my hand trembling. The sphere was perfectly smooth, cold to the touch even without making contact. Its surface was seamless, reflecting my distorted image in its dark, glassy sheen. The violet light seemed to emanate from its very core, a beautiful, terrifying beacon. My fingers hovered over it. My survival instinct screamed at me to leave it alone, to not touch the unknown. But my scientific curiosity, battered and bruised as it was, pushed me forward. This was a piece of the puzzle. This was concrete evidence. With a surge of reckless determination, I reached out and touched the sphere. It was cold, intensely, painfully cold, far colder than the impossibly static ocean. The cold wasn't just on the surface. It seemed to sink into my very bones, a chilling sensation that was both agonizing and exhilarating. But it wasn't just cold. As my fingertip made contact, the sphere pulsed brighter, its violet light flaring. And a jolt, not of electricity, but of pure, concentrated energy, shot up my arm. It wasn't painful, not exactly. It was more like an overwhelming flood of sensation, a sudden, dizzying rush that bypassed my nervous system and went straight to my mind. Images, flashes of impossible landscapes, geometric patterns, abstract concepts flooded my consciousness. It was too fast, too complex to decipher, but it was there, raw information, pouring into my brain. And with it, a profound sense of presence. Not a voice, not a thought, but an undeniable feeling of a vast, ancient consciousness. A consciousness that was everywhere. My body spasmed. I tried to pull my hand back, but it felt stuck, locked to the sphere by an unseen force. The cold intensified, burning through my skin, numbing my arm. The mental onslaught grew, a torrent of alien data that threatened to shatter my sanity. I felt myself being stretched, pulled apart, my very being dissolving under the pressure of this unimaginable force. My vision swam, everything around me blurring into a kaleidoscope of colors. The acrid smell became overwhelming, filling my lungs, suffocating me. I heard a distant roaring, a sound that wasn't the ocean, but something far more primal, far more terrifying. It was the sound of reality itself tearing. Panic, absolute and unreasoning, finally broke through the overload. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I thrashed, desperate to free myself, but my hand was still fused to the glowing sphere. Then, just as I felt I was about to break, to dissolve into nothingness, the connection snapped. My hand flew back, tingling and numb, a searing cold radiating from my fingertips. I stumbled backwards, falling hard onto the dark, obsidian-like soil. I lay there, gasping, disoriented, my mind reeling from the impossible input. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent ache. The sphere, still glowing violet, pulsed gently on the ground, seemingly unaffected. I pushed myself up, scrambling away from it, fear overriding all other sensations. My entire body trembled. The contact had been too much, too overwhelming. It was a fragment, a tool, a piece of this alien technology, and it had shown me something, or tried to. I needed to get out, now. No more curiosity, no more investigation, just escape. I turned and ran, not bothering to be silent, not caring about the path. I burst through the ferns at the crater's rim, back into the forest, my legs pumping, my lungs burning. The alien structure, the dark crater, the glowing sphere, I left it all behind, a nightmare fading into the receding distance. My mind, however, was no longer empty. The brief, intense contact with the sphere had left an imprint, a faint, lingering whisper of information. Not coherent words, not clear images, but a pervasive, unsettling understanding. The ocean, its stillness, it wasn't frozen. It was held, suspended, like the fish, like the creature, held in a state of static energy. And the structure, the monolith, it wasn't just a building. It was a machine, a device of immense, incomprehensible power. And the creature, it was a caretaker, or a user. It commanded this power. It had stopped the ocean, and it was inside that machine now. The implications hit me with the force of a physical blow. The entire ocean, held in stasis by an alien device and its mysterious operator. But why? What was the purpose? I ran blindly through the forest, pushing through thickets of thorny bushes, scrambling over fallen logs. The sounds of my own ragged breath, the frantic pounding of my feet on the forest floor, were the only things I could hear. I didn't care which way I was going, only that I was moving away, away from that place, away from the impossible truth. The sun was higher now, its light dappling through the canopy, but the forest still felt dark, menacing. My adrenaline was peaking, fueling my flight. I stumbled, fell, picked myself up, and kept running. My backpack bounced painfully against my back. My heavy boots thudded on the earth. After what felt like an eternity, the terrain began to slope downwards. The trees changed, becoming more typical of the coastal forest. A faint, salty tang, almost imperceptible, touched the air. I was heading back towards the ocean. My rational mind, though still reeling, began to reassert itself. I needed to find the trail, the main path that would lead me back to my car, back to civilization. But even as I ran, a new, horrifying understanding began to coalesce in my mind, a chilling whisper from that brief, impossible connection with the sphere. The ocean wasn't just held, it was also changing. The stasis was not a static preservation. It was a process, a transformation. The creature, the machine, it wasn't just stopping the ocean, it was repurposing it. And the fish, the creatures underwater, held in their static forms, they weren't just suspended. They were being absorbed. Their life force, their very biological essence, was being drawn out, refined, channeled. To what end? The thought was too terrifying to fully grasp, but it pointed to something far more sinister than a simple anomaly. This was not a glitch in reality. This was a deliberate act. An alien harvesting. I burst through a final screen of dense undergrowth, stumbling onto a familiar path. It was my hiking trail, the one I had taken 2 days ago, a lifetime ago. Relief, sharp and painful, flooded me. I was on the right track. I could escape. But as my eyes scanned the trail, searching for the easiest route to freedom, they landed on something else, something utterly out of place. In the middle of the trail, where the earth was soft and damp, lay a small, silvery fish. It was identical to the ones I had seen frozen underwater, about 6 inches long with the same distinctive stripes. But this one was not frozen. It lay on its side, gills still, eyes dull. It was dead, completely, undeniably dead. And it was out of water, on a hiking trail in the middle of a forest, miles from the nearest tide pool. My breath hitched, my mind, still reeling from the encounter in the crater, struggled to make sense of this new impossibility. How could a fish from the frozen ocean appear here? Unless the stasis was breaking down, or worse, unless whatever was being harvested was being discarded. I knelt beside the fish, my hand trembling as I reached out to touch it. Its skin was cool, damp, but not cold like the water or the sphere. It was just a dead fish, a normal, decaying dead fish. But its presence here was anything but normal. It was a message, a horrifying, undeniable proof that the influence of that alien machine and its operator extended far beyond the confines of the silent beach. It wasn't just the ocean that was affected, it was the land too. I looked up, my gaze sweeping the dense, silent forest, then back towards the distant, invisible coastline. The vast, impossible scale of the operation, the chilling indifference of its purpose, settled over me with a crushing weight. I was no longer just running from a monster or an anomaly. I was running from an apocalypse, and I had a dead fish, a forgotten byproduct, as my only tangible evidence. My resolve hardened, turning fear into a desperate, focused determination. I had to get out. I had to tell someone, not just about the frozen ocean, but about the machine, the creature, the harvest. The fate of the entire planet might depend on it. I picked up the fish, carefully wrapping it in a piece of cloth from my bag, a grotesque souvenir, a piece of irrefutable proof. This was not just a story anymore. This was a desperate, terrifying truth. I clutched it tightly, the smell of damp fish a strange comfort amidst the terror. I started running again, back down the winding trail, towards the distant hope of my car and the world that still believed in simple, predictable oceans. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that the world I was returning to was already irrevocably changed. And I carried the chilling proof in my hands. The silence of the forest seemed to mock me, a profound quiet that now held a new, sinister meaning. It was the silence of something taken, something processed, something gone. I clutched the wrapped fish to my chest, its damp coolness a bizarre anchor in the storm of my mind. The forest path, once a familiar comfort, now felt like a desperate tunnel. My lungs burned with every ragged breath, muscles screamed in protest, but I pushed harder, fueled by a terror that had found a new, chilling clarity. It wasn't just an anomaly anymore. It was an active, malevolent process. The dead fish in my hand was no longer just proof. It was a terrifying symbol, a byproduct, a discarded husk. If this was what happened to the creatures in the ocean, then the stasis wasn't just a pause. It was a prelude to extinction, a systematic draining of life. The thought chilled me deeper than any impossible cold I had felt. I ran, stumbling, recovering, my eyes fixed on the winding path ahead. The sun, climbing higher, dappled through the dense canopy, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to dance with sinister intent. Every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call, now sounded like a harbinger of doom. My backpack, forgotten weight, bounced painfully with each stride. After what felt like an eternity, the forest began to thin and the path widened. Faintly through the trees, I could discern the glint of asphalt. My car, a beacon of sanity, of escape. Relief so potent it felt like a physical blow washed over me. I pushed for a final sprint, my legs screaming in agony. I burst out of the tree line onto the gravel parking area, my car, a sturdy, mud-splattered SUV, gleaming innocently in the sunlight. I collapsed against its side, gasping for air, my body shaking uncontrollably. The fish, still clutched in my hand, was a cold, slimy reminder of the impossible truth. My hands fumbled with the keys, my fingers stiff and clumsy. I yanked open the door, practically falling into the driver's seat. The familiar smell of old coffee and sunscreen was a shock to my overwhelmed senses. I tossed the wrapped fish onto the passenger seat, then slammed the door shut, locking it with a frantic press of the button. The metallic click was loud, reassuringly final. I started the engine. The roar of the motor, usually a mundane sound, was a glorious symphony of normalcy. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, and reversed out of the parking spot, tires spitting gravel. The desire to flee, to put as much distance as possible between me and that nightmare forest, was overwhelming. As I drove down the narrow, winding forest road, I glanced at the fish on the seat beside me. It was so ordinary, so undeniably dead, and that made it the most terrifying thing I possessed. It was the key, the irrefutable evidence that everything I had seen was real. The further I drove, the more the immediate panic receded, replaced by a cold, calculating dread. I had to tell someone, but who and how? The story sounded like the ravings of a madman. Frozen ocean, alien harvesting machine, disappearing creature. I could barely believe it myself, and I had seen it with my own eyes. My phone, safely tucked in my glove compartment, was my next point of contact, but it would be useless out here. No signal. I needed to reach civilization, a place where the ordinary rules still applied, where phones worked and people listened to the news. As the road twisted and turned, finally opening up to a wider highway, the first faint glimmers of cell signal appeared on my phone screen. I pulled over, hands trembling, and scrolled through my contacts. Who would believe me? Not the local police, they'd think it was a prank. Not family or friends, they'd worry about my mental state. My gaze settled on a name, Dr. Aris Thorne. Thorne was an oceanographer, a brilliant but eccentric researcher I had collaborated with on a few smaller projects years ago. He had a reputation for chasing fringe theories, for questioning established paradigms. He was often mocked by his peers, but he was also deeply respected for his intellect and unwavering commitment to truth, however strange. If anyone could even begin to entertain my story, it would be Thorne. He worked at the West Coast Oceanographic Institute, a sprawling research facility a few hours south. I took a deep, shaky breath and dialed. It rang once, twice, then Thorne's gruff voice answered. "Thorne," he snapped, his tone always impatient, always in a hurry. "Dr. Thorne, it's your name," I said, my voice hoarse, adrenaline still making it tremble. There was a pause, a beat of recognition. "Ah, your name. Haven't heard from you in ages. Still chasing ghost crabs in tide pools. To what do I owe the unexpected pleasure?" His voice was tinged with his usual dry amusement. "Dr. Thorne, I need your help. I've found something impossible." The words tumbled out, urgent, desperate. His amusement faded, replaced by a flicker of curiosity. Impossible, you say. That's a strong word even for you. What is it? The ocean, I began, my voice cracking slightly. It stopped. It's frozen, and that's not even the half of it. There's a machine, a creature. It's harvesting it, everything. I tried to inject some semblance of scientific objectivity into my explanation, but the sheer absurdity of it was overwhelming. A long silence stretched between us. I could almost hear the gears turning in Thorne's brilliant, unconventional mind. Frozen, you say, as in still, and this, machine, and a creature, harvesting. He repeated my words slowly, each one a question, not of disbelief, but of careful consideration. Yes, I have proof, a dead fish. It was on the hiking trail, miles from the water, perfectly normal, but it's one of the fish I saw, suspended in the ocean. Another pause, longer this time. My heart hammered. Was he going to laugh, tell me to get some sleep? Where are you, your name? Thorne asked, his voice now entirely devoid of amusement, replaced by a serious, almost grave tone. I told him my location, the name of the remote beach I'd been camping at. I know that area, he said. Remote, good for, undisturbed research. You say it's still frozen, the entire stretch. As far as I could see, and underwater, everything is suspended. The kelp, the fish, even a shark, but not truly frozen. It's static, held. Fascinating, he murmured, a dangerous note of excitement in his voice. And this machine, this creature. It's in the forest, a huge conical structure in a barren crater, and the creature, it's massive. It opened the structure and went inside. It seemed to dissolve into a void. I omitted the part about touching the sphere for now. Too much too soon. The void, Thorne repeated, a hint of awe in his voice. And you say it's harvesting the ocean. Yes, I touched something, a glowing sphere. It downloaded something into my mind. I felt it. The ocean is being processed. The life force drained. Another long silence. Then Thorne spoke, his voice low, intense. Don't go back there, your name. Not for anything. Drive straight to the Institute. Don't stop. Don't talk to anyone else. Bring the fish. And be prepared to tell me everything. Every single impossible detail. You believe me? I asked, a wave of desperate hope washing over me. Believe is a strong word, your name, but I believe you've seen something that defies explanation, and that to me is more intriguing than 1,000 proven facts. He paused, and given your usual rigor, I can't dismiss it. This sounds unprecedented, monumental if true. I'm on my way, I said, my voice thick with emotion. I'll be there as fast as I can. Good, drive safely, and keep your eyes open. If this creature is as intelligent and powerful as you suggest, it may not appreciate being observed. The line went dead. I stared at my phone, a strange mixture of terror and relief swirling within me. Thorne believed me, or at least he was willing to listen. That was more than I could have hoped for. I put the car in drive and sped down the highway, pushing the engine, ignoring speed limits. The landscape blurred past, the familiar coastal towns and farmlands a comforting sight after the alien horrors of the past night. I still felt watched, a lingering paranoia from Thorne's warning. My eyes constantly darted to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a dark, hulking shape following me. The journey to the West Coast Oceanographic Institute was a blur of frantic driving and replay of events in my mind. Every detail, every impossible sensation, every chilling sight. The viscous water, the suspended fish, the towering creature, the pulsating machine, the glimpse of alien knowledge. It all coalesced into a terrifying mosaic, a new reality that had shattered my old one. I arrived at the Institute just as the afternoon sun was beginning to dip, casting long shadows across the pristine lawns and modern buildings. It was a stark contrast to the wild, ancient forest I had just left. I parked illegally in a loading zone, grabbed my backpack, and carefully, reverently picked up the wrapped fish. Thorn was waiting for me at the entrance to his lab, a subterranean complex beneath the main building. He was a small man, wiry and perpetually rumpled, with a shock of unruly white hair and eyes that gleamed with an almost childlike curiosity, even in old age. He wore his usual stained lab coat, a pencil tucked precariously behind his ear. He didn't greet me with questions. He simply looked at my drawn face, my wild eyes, my trembling hands, and the bundle I held. "You look like you've seen a ghost, your name, or perhaps something worse." He led me into his lab, a cluttered wonderland of screens, instruments, and overflowing bookshelves. The air hummed with the quiet thrum of machinery, a stark difference from the oppressive silence I had just endured. He gestured to a chair, then moved to a sterile workbench. "Show me the proof," he said, his voice quiet, serious. I unwrapped the fish, laying it gently on the clean surface. Thorn leaned over it, his expression unreadable. He picked it up, turning it over, examining its dull eyes, its stiff fins. He even sniffed it, a faint frown creasing his brow. "Remarkable," he murmured. "A common Sergeant Major, but how did it get here? And why is it so fresh, yet clearly dead? No signs of struggle, no decomposition that would suggest it's been out of water for long." "It's like the ones I saw underwater, Dr. Thorne," I explained, my voice finding a steadier rhythm now that I was with someone who seemed to understand. "They were all suspended like this, but alive, frozen in motion. I cut one. No blood, just a clean incision." Thorne's eyes widened slightly. Suspended animation, but not truly frozen. He picked up a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the fish's scales. No ice crystals, no cellular damage consistent with freezing. Yet it's stiff, like rigor mortis, but different. He put the fish down, then looked directly at me. "Now tell me everything. From the moment you touched the ocean to the footprints, the structure, the creature, and the sphere. Don't leave out a single detail, no matter how unbelievable it sounds. Assume I believe you, for now." And so I did. For the next several hours, I recounted my terrifying experience, every impossible observation, every chilling sensation. I described the impossible stillness of the ocean, the cold, viscous quality of the water, the perfectly suspended marine life. I told him about the massive footprints, the broken branches, the scoring on the trees. I painted a vivid picture of the barren crater, the shimmering, conical structure, and the colossal, multifaceted-eyed creature. I described its slow, deliberate activation of the machine, the opening of the void, and its surreal dissolution into the absolute darkness. I explained the acrid smell, the pressure in my head, the disorienting aura of the crater. And then I told him about the sphere, the violet glow, the intense cold, the jolt of pure energy, and the flood of information, the sense of a vast, ancient consciousness, the chilling whisper of understanding it had left in my mind. "It's harvesting," I concluded, my voice raspy from hours of talking. "Not just freezing, it's draining the life force, repurposing the ocean, transforming it." Thorne listened in absolute silence, his eyes fixed on me, occasionally making a note on a pad of paper. He didn't interrupt, didn't scoff, didn't express disbelief. His gaze was intense, analytical, probing. When I finished, the lab was quiet save for the hum of machines. Thorn sat back, steepling his fingers, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He looked at the dead fish, then at the scattered notes on his pad, then back at me. A species of such advanced capability, your name, he finally said, his voice barely a whisper, that it can manipulate the very fabric of reality, to stop motion, to open what you call a void, to harvest life energy, and to communicate through a mere artifact. He stood up, walking over to a large monitor displaying complex oceanic data. I've been monitoring unusual seismic activity along that stretch of coast for the past few weeks, subtler than usual, a rhythmic, almost harmonic vibration, too regular for natural causes. I put it down to a new kind of tectonic stress, or perhaps some deep-sea research project I wasn't privy to, but if what you say is true. He trailed off, his eyes wide with a terrifying realization. This is not a natural phenomenon, your name. This is an event, and if it's harvesting the ocean, what is its purpose? What is it doing with all that life force? I don't know, I admitted, my shoulders slumping. The sphere didn't give me answers, just a horrific, intuitive understanding, like it showed me a glimpse of its intentions without words. Thorn nodded, a grim expression on his face. This changes everything we understand about, well, everything. The ocean is the planet's lifeblood. If it's being repurposed or harvested, the implications are catastrophic. He picked up the dead fish again, holding it to the light. We need to analyze this immediately. Cellular structure, chemical composition, anything that might tell us how it died or how it was suspended before death. He looked at me, and we need to verify your account of the ocean. I'll take you there, I offered instantly, as soon as possible. No, Thorn said, shaking his head. Not yet. You are a key witness, your name. Your mental and physical state are paramount. You've been through something traumatic. Rest. I'll send a drone, a long-range, high-altitude one, stealthy. It can give us a preliminary visual without putting anyone else at risk. He began typing furiously on his computer, and I'll need to prepare. This isn't just a research expedition. This could be first contact or invasion or something far more unsettling. He paused, looking at me again. Have you told anyone else? No, only you. Good for now, this stays between us. The wrong kind of panic could lead to chaos or worse, interference from less understanding parties. He gave me a knowing look. Governments, for example, tend to react rather poorly to the unknown, especially when it threatens global ecosystems. He arranged for me to stay in a small, secure guest apartment within the institute, insisting I get some sleep. But sleep was impossible. My mind raced, replaying images, trying to fit the pieces of the shattered puzzle together. I paced the small apartment, the silence now a torment rather than a comfort. The next morning, Thorn burst into my apartment, a wild, almost frantic energy about him. He had a data tablet in his hand, his eyes wide, a mixture of horror and exhilaration on his face. You were right, your name, he said, his voice trembling slightly. The drone footage, it's beyond belief. The entire stretch of coastline, as far as the cameras could see, the ocean is perfectly still. The waves, they're static, just as you described. He swiped at the tablet, holding it out to me. The screen showed aerial views of the coastline. The familiar blue-green expanse of the Pacific was replaced by a vast, unmoving tableau. Whitecaps, frozen mid-break, stood like silent sculptures. The surface was eerily smooth, reflecting the morning light like polished glass. The sheer scale was breathtaking, terrifying. And the crater, he continued, swiping again. a new image appeared, a stark, barren circle in the dense forest with the dark, conical structure at its center. It looked exactly as I remembered it, menacing and utterly alien. The creature isn't there, but the readings, the energy signature emanating from that structure is off the charts, something completely unknown, and the surrounding vegetation. It's all degraded exactly as you described. A clear energy drain or a corrosive field. What about the fish? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, my gaze glued to the impossible ocean on the screen. I've run preliminary analyses. It's baffling. The cells appear perfectly preserved, almost as if frozen, but there's no ice, no cellular damage from extreme cold. The bioelectrical activity is completely absent, yet the cellular integrity is too perfect for a simply dead fish. It's like it was switched off. Suspended animation, I repeated, the term taking on a deeper, more sinister meaning. Exactly, but then how did it die? And how did it end up on a hiking trail miles away? Thorne ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. This implies a level of control, a transportation method, and a purpose for these discarded specimens that we can't even begin to comprehend. What do we do now? I asked, the weight of the discovery settling heavily on me. Thorne's eyes, usually so full of scientific curiosity, now held a glint of fear, but also a fierce determination. We go there. We have to. This isn't just a scientific marvel, your name. This is an existential threat. If this entity can stop and harvest our oceans, what else can it do? What if it expands its operations? What if it decides to harvest us? The question hung in the air, a chilling premonition. We need more data. We need to get closer to that structure. And we need to find out what it's doing with the harvested energy and where the creature went. He laid out a plan, a small team, just him, me, and one of his most trusted, highly experienced field technicians, a stoic woman named Anya. We would be equipped with advanced sensors, stealth gear, and a small, specially designed drone capable of closer-range observation. Thorne also insisted on bringing a few specialized tools for sampling and analysis. We move at dawn, he stated, his voice firm. Minimal equipment, maximum caution, no weapons. We're scientists, your name, not soldiers. Our best defense is stealth and knowledge. Over the next few hours, the preparations were meticulous. Anya, a woman of few words but sharp intellect, packed equipment with an efficiency that belied her calm demeanor. Thorne, despite his advanced age, moved with a surprising agility, checking and rechecking every sensor, every communication device. I helped where I could, my mind still reeling, but focusing on the tasks at hand provided a much-needed distraction from the overwhelming dread. As night fell, I tried to rest again, but the images from the drone footage were now seared into my mind alongside my own memories. The vast, static ocean, a silent testament to an impossible power. The barren crater, a wound on the earth. And the dark, silent monolith, a monument to an alien will. I kept thinking about the sphere, the flood of information. What exactly had it shown me? More than just harvesting, I was sure. A transformation, a repurposing. But to what end? Was it creating something, sustaining something, or was it simply a vast, cosmic vacuum cleaner, tidying up inconvenient life forms? The thought that the creature had gone inside the machine, dissolving into a void, was the most disturbing. Was it piloting it? Was it a part of it? Or was it simply entering another dimension, another reality, using the monolith as a gateway? The sphere's connection to a vast, ancient consciousness echoed in my mind. Was that consciousness the creature, the machine itself, or something far, far greater, using both as its instruments? The night was long, filled with restless tossing and turning. The silence of the institute, usually a comfort, now felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken fears. The world outside, the world of predictable physics and natural laws, felt miles away, unreachable. We were on the precipice of a discovery that could redefine humanity's place in the universe or erase it entirely. As the first hint of dawn brushed the eastern sky, painting the windows of my apartment in muted shades of gray and rose, Thorn appeared again, Anya a silent shadow behind him. He carried a thermos of coffee, a grim smile on his face. "Ready your name?" he asked, his eyes gleaming with a mix of exhaustion and resolve. I nodded, grabbing my own, lighter backpack, feeling the familiar weight of my gear, now augmented by Thorn's specialized instruments, as I'll ever be. The drive back to the remote beach was in silence, a palpable tension filling the SUV. Anya drove with a professional calmness, her gaze fixed on the road. Thorn sat in the passenger seat, reviewing data on his tablet, his brow furrowed in concentration. I sat in the back, watching the familiar landscape pass by, wondering if this would be the last time I saw it whole. We parked Thorn's nondescript SUV in the same gravel lot, a little further away from the tree line this time, out of sight. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint, earthy scent of the forest, but still no salty tang of the ocean. That profound absence was the first unsettling confirmation. We geared up quickly. Thorn and Anya wore practical hiking gear, their packs filled with delicate instruments. I had my own, lighter pack, but carried a new high-tech pair of binoculars Thorn had given me. We exchanged terse glances, a silent acknowledgement of the danger ahead. "Remember the plan," Thorn whispered, his voice low. "We observe from a distance first. No direct engagement. Anya, you're on sensor readings and drone deployment. Your name, you guide us to the crater. We stick together no matter what. No heroics. If things go south, we extract immediately." Anya nodded, her face grim. I nodded too, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. The fear from my first journey was now tempered with a desperate resolve, a need for answers that overshadowed personal safety. We entered the forest, retracing my steps from the previous day. The path was familiar, yet now felt imbued with a new, sinister atmosphere. Thorn and Anya moved with practiced silence, their steps barely disturbing the fallen leaves. My own movements, though still cautious, were less frantic than before. I knew what to expect, at least initially. As we moved deeper, the silence became more pronounced, that unnatural absence of sound that had plagued me since first encountering the frozen ocean. The birds were quieter here, their calls muted. Even the rustle of leaves underfoot seemed less pronounced. It was as if the forest itself was slowly succumbing to the strange, static influence. I led them, following the subtle cues I remembered: the twisted branch, the gouge in the spruce tree, the faint impressions in the softer ground. Thorn was constantly scanning his handheld sensors, his expression growing more grave with each passing minute. "Energy readings are escalating," he murmured, his voice hushed. "Concentrated, extremely high, and anomalous, not like anything I've ever charted." Anya, walking behind us, occasionally stopped to take readings with her own device, her brow furrowed. "The atmospheric composition is subtly altered too, Dr. Thorn, traces of something unknown, and a strange electromagnetic interference. It's playing havoc with my comms." As we neared the ridge, the acrid, metallic scent began to prickle our nostrils. Thorn gasped, his hand going to his nose. "That's unlike anything organic I know, almost industrial, but with a biological decay." "That's its scent," I confirmed, my voice low. The the creature. It was strong around the crater. We crested the rise, moving with extreme caution, slowing our pace to a crawl. I held up a hand, signaling them to stop. Through the thinning trees, I could see the edge of the crater, the stunted, sickly vegetation around its rim. We hunkered down behind a thick screen of ferns, much like I had done before. Thorn immediately brought out his binoculars, scanning the crater. Anya began deploying her small, sleek drone, its rotors whirring almost silently as it lifted off, a barely visible speck against the darkening sky. The crater lay before us, stark and barren, the dark, obsidian-like soil shimmering faintly, and in its center the conical structure, silent, ominous. It pulsed with that same imperceptible tremor, that faint, dizzying distortion in the air. The acrid smell was overwhelming. "No sign of the creature," Thorn whispered, lowering his binoculars, his voice tinged with a strange mix of relief and disappointment. "Just the monolith, but the energy readings, they're spiking. And listen." I strained my ears. Beneath the overwhelming silence, a faint, low hum was discernible. It was deep, resonant, vibrating through the earth, through our very bones. It was the same thrumming I had felt when the creature had activated the structure, but softer, more sustained. "It's active," Anya whispered, her eyes fixed on her drone's monitor. "The structure is resonating, and the energy signature is becoming more complex, almost layered." The drone drifted silently over the crater, its camera feeding live images back to Anya's screen. We watched as it circled the monolith, providing detailed views of its seamless, dark surface. "There's something happening beneath the surface," Thorn breathed, his eyes glued to Anya's screen. "My sensors are picking up internal activity, a massive energy transfer, like a heart beating deep within it." Suddenly Anya gasped, her eyes widening. "Wait, Dr. Thorn, look at this, around the base." She zoomed the drone's camera in. The dark, obsidian-like soil at the base of the conical structure, where I had seen the creature's footprints, was not static. A faint, almost invisible shimmer was spreading across it, like ripples in water, and tiny, faint violet lights, like embers, were beginning to glow within the soil itself. "Those are the same color as the sphere," I exclaimed, a chill running down my spine. "The sphere," Thorn murmured, his eyes alight with a terrifying comprehension. "It was a dropped part, a residual energy source. This entire crater, the very ground, is saturated with its energy." As we watched, mesmerized, the shimmering on the ground intensified. The violet lights pulsed faster, growing brighter. And then, impossible to believe, the dark, obsidian-like soil began to move. Not cracking, not shifting like earth, but flowing like an extremely viscous, dark liquid. It began to draw inwards, towards the base of the monolith, gathering, concentrating. It was slow, deliberate, a process unfolding with alien grace. The acrid scent grew almost unbearable, stinging my eyes, making my throat burn. "What is it doing?" Anya whispered, her usual stoicism giving way to a raw edge of fear. Thorn didn't answer. His face was a mask of awe and terror. The dark, flowing soil at the base of the monolith began to coalesce, to rise upwards, forming a low, wide mound. The violet lights within it pulsed like a network of alien veins, illuminating its strange, organic growth. It was like watching a living, growing thing, but made of earth and darkness and pure energy. And then, as the mound reached about 3 feet in height, it began to solidify. The flowing motion ceased, the material hardening, becoming rigid. The violet lights dimmed slightly, becoming internal, giving the newly formed structure a faint, ethereal glow. It wasn't a perfect sphere nor a cone. It was an amorphous, mound-like shape, about 10 feet in diameter, rough and irregular, made of the same dark, shimmering material as the monolith itself. It sat at the base of the towering structure, a grotesque, growing outgrowth. "It's extruding something," Thorn finally managed, his voice barely audible. "The monolith is birthing something." My blood ran cold. Birthing. The term echoed in my mind, far more terrifying than simply extruding. This wasn't just a machine. This was something else, something organic, yet technological, something alive. As we watched, the process repeated. More of the obsidian-like soil flowed inwards, gathered, rose, and solidified into another, smaller mound, adjacent to the first, and then another, and another. Within minutes, the base of the monolith was surrounded by a cluster of these dark, glowing mounds, like grotesque eggs laid by some impossible creature. Each one pulsed with that internal violet light, each one emanating the sickly, acrid scent. Anya's drone, having completed its close-range scans, drifted back towards us. She pulled up the data on her screen, her fingers flying across the controls. The energy signature from these new formations is almost identical to the monolith, but highly concentrated. They're radiating a powerful, unknown form of energy. "And the ocean," Thorn whispered, his gaze fixed on the new mounds. "What is the connection?" Just then, a new, disturbing reading flashed on Anya's screen. "Dr. Thorn, the ocean, the stasis field, it's not stable. There are localized fluctuations, micro-ripples. The held state is faltering." My heart leaped into my throat. "It's breaking down." "Or changing," Thorn corrected, his voice grave. "These new formations, they're absorbing power from the main monolith. They're part of the process. A new phase, perhaps." The implications were staggering. If the stasis field was faltering, what did that mean for the fish, for the ocean, and these new structures? What were they? Suddenly, Thorn held up a hand. "Wait, look." His binoculars were trained on one of the newly formed mounds, the largest one. As we watched, the rough, dark surface of the mound began to crack, not with a sudden break, but a slow, deliberate fracture, like a seed pod slowly splitting open. The violet light within intensified, shining through the widening cracks. The acrid smell grew overpowering, and the low thrumming from the monolith deepened, resonating through us. The pressure in my head returned, a dull ache behind my eyes. The cracks widened, revealing glimpses of a smooth, dark surface within. It was perfectly black, absorbing all light, far darker than the outer shell. And then a section of the outer shell, brittle and crystalline, detached and fell away, crumbling into dust as it hit the dark soil. What emerged from within was a smooth, ovoid shape, roughly the size of a large car tire. It was made of the same impossibly black, light-absorbing material as the interior of the monolith when the creature had entered it. It pulsed with a faint, deep violet glow, its surface eerily smooth and featureless. It didn't roll out. It seemed to levitate slightly, hovering an inch or two above the ground, perfectly still. Then the other mounds began to crack. One by one, their rough shells fractured, fell away, and each revealed an identical, ovoid, glowing black object. Within moments, the base of the monolith was surrounded by a cluster of these levitating, featureless, dark violet spheres. There were perhaps a dozen of them, each one humming faintly, their internal light pulsing in a slow, rhythmic pattern. "Eggs," I breathed, the word a horrified whisper. "They're eggs." Thorn's face was pale, his eyes wide with a profound dread. Not eggs, your name, not in any biological sense we understand. These are vessels, drones, or perhaps even smaller versions of the creature itself. Anya, her face equally pale, whispered, the energy signature of these objects. It's extremely stable, self-sustaining, and they're radiating a unique frequency, almost like a beacon. As she spoke, one of the ovoid vessels, the largest one, began to move. It drifted slowly, smoothly, away from the cluster, still hovering above the ground. It didn't roll. It simply glided with an eerie, silent grace towards the edge of the crater. Its violet glow intensified slightly as it moved. Then another followed, and another. The vessels began to disperse, each moving with that same eerie, silent grace towards the edge of the crater. Its violet glow intensified slightly as it moved. Then another followed, and another. The vessels began to disperse, each silently gliding away from the central cluster. They moved with an unsettling purpose, fanning out across the crater floor, their internal violet lights pulsing in sync like a silent alien choir. My breath caught in my throat. This was no longer just an observation. We were witnessing a deployment. They're moving out, Anya whispered, her voice tight with tension. Multiple trajectories. Some are heading towards the forest perimeter. Others seem to be circling the monolith itself. Thorn, his face etched with a mix of scientific awe and profound fear, adjusted his binoculars. They're not just moving randomly. They're scanning. My sensors are picking up faint, broadband emissions from each vessel. They're mapping the terrain, perhaps searching for something, or someone. His gaze swept over our hiding place. A cold dread seeped into my bones. Were they looking for us? One of the ovoid vessels, smaller than the first, glided directly towards our position, moving with an unnerving speed. Its violet glow, though faint, seemed to pierce the morning gloom of the forest. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat. Stay absolutely still, Thorn hissed, his voice barely audible. Do not move, do not make a sound. The vessel approached, effortlessly gliding over the uneven, obsidian-like soil. It stopped about 50 feet from the crater's rim, directly in front of our hiding spot. It hovered, perfectly motionless, its violet light pulsing, casting an ethereal glow on the sickly ferns around it. There was no sound from it, no whirring, no hum, only an oppressive silence that screamed of unseen power. It felt like it was looking at us, even though it had no discernible eyes. The air around it felt heavy, charged with an invisible energy. I felt a pressure building in my head again, a dull ache behind my eyes, reminiscent of my first encounter with the creature. It was as if the vessel was subtly probing, searching, perceiving in ways we couldn't comprehend. Minutes stretched into an agonizing eternity. Every muscle in my body tensed, ready to bolt, yet paralyzed by the sheer alien presence before us. Anya, beside me, was stone-faced, her finger hovering over a button on her drone controller, ready to recall it, or perhaps to activate a defensive measure. Thorn, usually animated, was utterly still, his eyes wide, fixed on the hovering object. Then, with an abruptness that made us all jump, the vessel began to spin. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, until it was a mere blur of violet light. It didn't make a sound, but the air around it crackled with an energy that felt almost tangible. The pressure in my head intensified to a sharp, piercing pain. And then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The vessel was motionless again, its violet glow still pulsing gently. It seemed to have completed its scan. Satisfied, or perhaps having found nothing of interest, it slowly turned and glided away, rejoining the other dispersing spheres, melting back into the ominous landscape of the crater. We remained frozen for a long moment after it was gone, the silence broken only by our ragged breaths. The acrid scent was thick, burning our nostrils. Thorn was the first to move, slowly straightening up, rubbing his temples. It detected something, he whispered, his voice hoarse, but it didn't register us as a threat, or perhaps not even as life, or it simply gathered data and moved on. Nyanya checked her instruments, her face grim. Localized energy spiked during its spin, a highly focused sensor sweep. It's sophisticated beyond anything we've ever encountered. And the ocean, I asked, forcing the words out. What about the stasis? Nyanya quickly brought up the ocean readings on her screen. The fluctuations are still present, more pronounced now. The stasis field is definitely weakening in specific areas, and there are new energy signatures appearing in the water. Thorn peered at the screen. New signatures, what kind? Pulsating, small, very faint, scattered across the coastline near the surface. Anya zoomed in on a specific anomaly, almost like residual energy, or perhaps a byproduct. Byproduct, I repeated, my mind flashing back to the dead fish. Thorn's eyes narrowed. Could these vessels be responsible for the discarded organisms? If the stasis is faltering, perhaps they're actively managing the release or the cleanup. But to what end? I pressed. Why release them? What does it gain? Before Thorn could answer, the thrumming from the monolith deepened further, a powerful guttural hum that vibrated through the earth. The entire crater seemed to pulse with a renewed, dizzying disorientation. This was more intense than before, a raw surge of power. The conical structure itself began to shimmer, the dark, obsidian-like surface rippling with dark, profound heat haze, just as it had when the creature first activated it. The acrid smell intensified, making my eyes water. It's activating again, Thorn gasped, his voice tight with alarm. Or powering up, the energy readings are off the charts. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of violet light erupted from the very peak of the conical monolith. It wasn't a diffused glow, but a focused beam, narrow and intense, shooting straight upwards into the sky. It pierced the morning clouds, a silent, terrifying spear of pure energy, visible even in the pre-dawn gloom. The beam pulsed rhythmically, in sync with the thrumming from the monolith, illuminating the underside of the clouds with an unearthly violet hue. The pressure in my head became excruciating, a sharp, piercing pain behind my eyes that threatened to split my skull. My vision blurred, the edges of the crater seeming to waver. I felt a powerful urge to retch, to scream. A transmission, Thorn choked out, covering his ears, his face contorted in pain. It's transmitting something, or calling for something. Anya was struggling too, clutching her head, her drone's screen flickering wildly. The interference is overwhelming. All systems are failing. The violet beam continued to pulse, steady and relentless, a beacon to the unknown. The pressure mounted, pushing at the very boundaries of my sanity. I felt myself on the verge of collapsing, my body shaking uncontrollably. This was too much. The sheer power, the raw, alien energy, threatened to unravel my very being. Then, just as abruptly as it had begun, the beam snapped off. The violet light vanished, plunging the crater back into relative gloom. The thrumming ceased. The pressure in my head immediately began to recede, leaving a dull, throbbing ache. The acrid smell, though still present, lessened slightly. We lay there, gasping, disoriented, our minds reeling from the impossible input. My entire body trembled. Thorn, slowly pushing himself up, looked at the monolith with wide, terrified eyes. It sent a signal. To whom or what? Zanya, her face pale, was trying to restart her drone. The drone's fried Dr. Thorn, completely unresponsive. All comms are down, we're blind and isolated. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. We were deep in alien territory, without external communication, with no way to call for help. The vast, silent forest now felt like a cage. "We need to get out of here," I whispered, my voice raw. "Now, before it sends another signal, or before whatever it's calling for arrives." Thorn nodded, a grim determination replacing his earlier awe. "You're right. We have what we came for, confirmation and new, terrifying data. We need to analyze this signal, its frequency, its purpose, and we need to prepare for whatever is coming." He packed away his instruments, his movements precise despite his trembling hands. Anya, abandoning the defunct drone, quickly resecured her gear. "But what about the vessels?" I asked, glancing at the crater. The ovoid shapes were still dispersed, hovering silently, their violet lights pulsing. They seemed to be returning to their original positions around the monolith, as if their task was temporarily suspended. "We avoid them," Thorn stated, his voice firm. "We came for scientific observation, not confrontation. Our priority is to get back with the information." We retreated slowly, silently, through the ferns, back into the cover of the dense forest. Every rustle of leaves, every snapped twig, sounded amplified in the profound silence. I constantly glanced over my shoulder, half expecting one of the violet vessels to glide silently after us. The walk back was a blur of heightened senses and paranoid glances. The forest, once a place of refuge, now felt menacing, every shadow a potential threat. We moved as quickly as possible, a shared, unspoken urgency propelling us forward. Thorn constantly checked his compass, making sure we were heading in the right direction. Anya, though silently, maintained a watchful rear guard. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the trees began to thin. The familiar outline of our SUV, parked discreetly in the gravel lot, was a welcome sight. We broke into a cautious jog, not stopping until we reached the vehicle. Thorn quickly unlocked the doors and we piled in, relief washing over us in a potent wave. Anya immediately tried her satellite phone, shaking her head grimly. "Still no signal, Dr. Thorn. The interference is localized but powerful. It must be radiating from the monolith." "Makes sense," Thorn muttered, starting the engine. "A highly focused energy transmission, coupled with a broadband jamming field to prevent interception. Clever." As Thorn reversed the SUV, tires spitting gravel, I looked back at the forest, a dark, silent sentinel. The violet light from the monolith was no longer visible from this distance, but its presence, its power, was palpable. "What now?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "What does that signal mean?" Thorn gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. "It means we've just witnessed first contact, your name, and it means they're expecting a reply, or they've just called in reinforcements." The drive back to the Institute was tense and silent. Anya tried repeatedly to re-establish communications, but the interference persisted for miles, slowly fading as we put more distance between us and the coast. When the signal finally returned, it was a huge relief, but it only served to remind us of how vulnerable we had been. Back at the Institute, Thorn immediately sequestered us in his lab, insisting on absolute secrecy. He hooked up his remaining functional sensors to his main computers, downloading and analyzing the snippets of data he had managed to collect during the transmission. Anya, meanwhile, began working on dissecting the defunct drone, hoping to salvage some components or understand how it had been so completely overwhelmed. I sat exhausted but unable to rest, watching Thorn, my mind racing. Hours later, Thorn pushed away from his keyboard, rubbing his eyes. His face was pale, his expression grim. "The signal," he began, his voice low and serious. "It's complex, not radio waves, not light waves, something entirely new. It's multi-layered, almost like a fractal pattern of energy, incredibly dense with information." "Can you decipher it?" I asked, leaning forward. He shook his head slowly. "Not yet. We lack the processing power and the fundamental understanding of the physics involved. It's like trying to read an alien language with no Rosetta Stone. But I can tell you this, it carried immense power, far more than any human-made transmitter could produce. And its trajectory, it was aimed directly out of our solar system, towards deep space." My stomach churned. Deep space, so they're not from Earth and they're calling home. "Or a staging ground," Thorn corrected, a chill in his voice. "We don't know the range or the destination. It could be billions of light years away, or it could be just beyond our moon. But it's a call, a communication, and it indicates they are not alone." "What about the ocean's stasis?" Anya interjected, looking up from her workbench. "Were you able to get any new readings on that?" Thorn nodded, pulling up another graph. "Yes, the fluctuations are still increasing, and the energy signatures I saw in the water, they're coalescing, concentrating in specific points, large spherical formations beneath the surface." He zoomed in on a sonar image. It showed faint, shimmering orbs, several hundred feet in diameter, slowly forming beneath the surface of the static ocean, spread out along the coastline. They seemed to be drawing in the surrounding viscous water, subtly shifting its density. "What are those?" I asked, a fresh wave of horror washing over me. "I don't know," Thorn admitted, his voice laced with dread. "But their energy signature is mirroring the monoliths, yet it's a negative inverse, like they're absorbing or processing the exact opposite kind of energy. If the monolith is giving, these are taking." "Taking what?" I whispered. "The life force you described, perhaps," Thorn suggested grimly. "The biological essence, the raw energy of the ocean's ecosystem. These new structures could be the ultimate storage or processing units for whatever the monolith is harvesting." "So the stasis isn't failing," I realized, the horrifying truth clicking into place. "It's just changing phases. The ocean isn't unfreezing. It's being actively harvested by these new entities." "Precisely," Thorn confirmed, his face pale. "And the discarded fish, they're merely the refuse of an incredibly efficient, incredibly indifferent process, waste products." The implications were staggering. We weren't dealing with a static anomaly, but a dynamic, evolving alien operation. And the deployment of the ovoid vessels, followed by the deep space transmission, suggested an escalation. "What if," Anya began, her voice hesitant, "the reason for the stasis field weakening is that the monolith needs to divert power to these new structures, or to the transmission itself, and that's why the life force is being drawn directly into these new orbs?" "A plausible hypothesis," Thorn conceded, nodding slowly. "It indicates a system, a network, the monolith as the central hub, the ovoid vessels as scouts or enforcers, and these new spherical structures in the ocean as mass processors. a perfectly orchestrated, highly efficient harvesting operation. He leaned back, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. This is beyond anything we could have imagined. We're dealing with a civilization, or an entity, capable of manipulating fundamental forces of the universe, and it's on our doorstep. What do we do now? I asked, the question feeling impossibly heavy. Thorn closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, a fierce, desperate light in their depths. We have to go public. We have to tell the world, not just the scientific community, but governments, militaries, everyone. But Dr. Thorne, Anya interjected, without deciphering the signal, without understanding their intent, a public announcement could cause mass panic. Or worse, a premature, aggressive response from governments that could escalate the situation beyond our control. We saw how the creature reacted to us, how the vessel scanned us. They are aware. She's right, I agreed. If they view us as a threat and we suddenly mobilize forces, it could be disastrous. We don't know what they're capable of. Thorne slammed his fist on the table, a rare display of frustration. And what do we do, Anya? Wait until our entire planet is a processed wasteland. We have concrete evidence now. Drone footage, energy signatures, the fish itself. This isn't a theory, it's a reality. We need more data, Anya insisted calmly. We need to understand their intentions, their capabilities. A first contact scenario requires extreme caution, Dr. Thorne. Even if they are harvesting our planet, we need to know why and how to even begin to formulate a defense or a negotiation. Thorne paced the lab, his mind clearly grappling with the monumental decision. You're both right, he finally conceded, his voice heavy. Panic would be catastrophic, but inaction might be worse. We need a middle ground, a covert, coordinated effort. We need to reach out to a select few trusted individuals who have the resources and the foresight to understand the gravity of this. Who? I asked. Scientists primarily, Thorne said. Astrophysicists who study deep space signals. Exobiologists. Linguists who specialize in theoretical alien communication. And a few select individuals in intelligence agencies who are known for their open-mindedness and discretion, people who understand the long game. That's a very small, exclusive list, Anya noted dryly. It has to be, Thorne replied. Loose lips sink planets in this case. We create a small, highly secure task force. We pool our knowledge, our resources. We work to decipher that signal. We continue to monitor the coast, but from a greater distance, with more advanced stealth tech. We learn everything we can about these entities and their operation. He looked at me, then at Anya, and until then, absolute secrecy. No leaks, no casual conversations. Our lives and potentially the fate of the planet depend on it. Over the next few days, Thorne worked tirelessly, his lab a whirlwind of activity. He made encrypted calls to his select network, speaking in veiled terms, hinting at an unprecedented oceanographic anomaly and unusual energy signatures that required urgent, top-secret collaboration. He carefully selected a few trusted colleagues, experts in their respective fields, and arranged for them to arrive at the Institute under the guise of an emergency interinstitutional research grant. Anya, meanwhile, began preparing more advanced, stealth-capable drones, fitted with the latest in sensor technology. She designed them to operate silently, to avoid the kind of energy spikes that had fried her previous drone, and to transmit data through encrypted, burst mode frequencies that would be harder to jam. I assisted Thorne in organizing the immense amount of raw data we had collected, reviewing the drone footage again and again, trying to find any subtle cues, any patterns, any hints of the alien entity's true nature or purpose. The images of the static ocean, the towering monolith, and the silently gliding ovoid vessels haunted my waking hours and invaded my nightmares. During one of these data review sessions, a chilling detail caught my eye. As the drone had circled the monolith just before the violet beam transmission, its camera had briefly captured something on the surface of the conical structure. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. "Dr. Thorne, look at this," I said, pointing to a magnified still image on the screen. Thorne leaned closer, his brow furrowed. "What am I looking at? Your name." Right here, I traced a finger over the screen, just at the base of the peak. See that ripple? It's not just a distortion from the energy field. It looks like a seam, a closing seam. Thorne zoomed in further, his eyes narrowing. Indeed, where the violet beam had emanated, there was a faint, almost invisible irregularity in the obsidian-like surface. It wasn't an opening, but rather a point where the material seemed to have flowed back together, imperfectly. "You think," Thorne began, a dawning horror on his face, "you think the creature opened the monolith, dissolved into it, and then became the transmission antenna." My blood ran cold. The thought was terrifying. Or it entered to power the transmission, or it is the intelligence driving the entire operation, using the monolith as its physical interface and gateway. "The living machine," Thorne whispered, the concept clearly both terrifying and exhilarating to his scientific mind. "A biomechanical entity so advanced it can integrate with its own technology, becoming one with it." This new realization added another layer of complexity and fear to an already overwhelming situation. The creature wasn't just an operator, it was an integral part of the process, a living component of the alien technology. The first of Thorne's trusted colleagues arrived a few days later, Dr. Lena Petrova, a renowned astrophysicist from CERN, specializing in exotic forms of energy and interstellar communications. She was a stern, brilliant woman with piercing blue eyes and an analytical mind that could dissect the most complex equations with ease. Thorne led her directly to the secure lab, bypassing all usual protocols. He presented her with our drone footage, the energy signatures, the preliminary analysis of the transmission signal, and even the wrapped dead fish. Petrova listened in silence, her expression unreadable, occasionally asking a sharp, pointed question about our methodology or the sensor calibration. When Thorne finished, the lab was quiet. "Extraordinary," she finally stated, her voice calm, devoid of any emotional reaction, but with a palpable intensity. "If this data is legitimate, and I have no reason to believe it isn't, given your reputation, Thorne, then we are facing a species that has mastered technologies beyond our wildest comprehension. The energy involved in that transmission alone is staggering. It dwarfs anything we could ever produce." She spent hours poring over the signal data, running it through her own custom algorithms, accessing her vast network of supercomputing resources. Her initial findings only deepened our dread. "The signal," Petrova explained, pointing to complex spectral graphs on a monitor, "it contains nested frequencies. A primary carrier wave, and then within that, a subcarrier, and then another, almost like Russian nesting dolls. Each layer carries a different kind of information. I believe the outermost layer is a wake-up call, a broad-spectrum beacon to a distant receiver. But the inner layers, they're far more intricate. They seem to contain vast amounts of structured data, complex mathematical constructs, perhaps even schematics or environmental readings. It's an informational cascade. A report, then, Thorne surmised. A status update from the field. Or instructions, Petrova countered. A command sequence. We simply don't know yet. But what I can tell you is this. The signal is not just powerful, it's also incredibly efficient. Minimal energy wastage, maximum information transfer. This implies a highly intelligent, highly evolved form of communication. She then turned her attention to the trajectory of the signal. My initial calculations indicate it was aimed towards a specific region of the Perseus arm, approximately 75,000 light-years away. Not just random deep space, but a target. A galaxy cluster known for its high concentration of young, metal-rich stars. 75,000 light-years, I gasped. That's impossible. Light takes 75,000 years to travel that distance. If it's a message, it would be ancient history by the time it arrived. Petrova gave a faint, chilling smile. Unless their communication isn't limited by the speed of light, your name. Unless they've found a way to bypass it. Tachyonic communication, perhaps, or entanglement, or something entirely new. Whatever it is, if they can communicate across such vast distances instantly, or near instantly, then their capabilities are truly boundless. The thought was dizzying. Faster-than-light communication implied faster-than-light travel, faster-than-light everything. It shattered every fundamental law of physics we knew. And if they are 75,000 light-years away, Thorne said slowly, a new chilling thought emerging, then this creature, this monolith, these vessels, they are not the primary intelligence. They are merely instruments, part of a much, much larger entity, a vast interstellar empire. The implications were catastrophic. We weren't just dealing with a local anomaly. We were dealing with a force of potentially galactic scale. The vast, ancient consciousness I had felt through the sphere took on a terrifying new dimension. More scientists arrived over the following days, each sworn to secrecy, each equally stunned and terrified by our findings. A theoretical physicist specializing in exotic matter, a xenobiologist, a deep space intelligence analyst. Thorne organized them into specialized teams, each tackling a different aspect of the alien presence. One team focused on deciphering the signal, another on understanding the energy signatures, a third on analyzing the physical properties of the discarded fish. Anya led a team of engineers, developing new stealth drones and sensor arrays, preparing for a more comprehensive and far more dangerous reconnaissance mission to the coast. I found myself working closely with the xenobiologist, Dr. Evelyn Reed, a quiet, intense woman with a passion for understanding life in its most extreme forms. She meticulously examined the fish, trying to understand its suspended state. The cellular structure is intact, she explained to me, running microscans on a holographic display, perfectly preserved, but there's no metabolic activity, no ATP production, no protein synthesis. It's not just dormant, it's paused, like hitting the pause button on a living organism. And the lack of decomposition, I asked. Remarkable, no bacterial action, no fungal growth. Whatever energy field they're using, it's not just stopping biological processes, it's actively preserving the integrity of the organism. It's a form of stasis unlike anything we've ever observed. Not cryogenic, not chemical. It's temporal, perhaps, or dimensional. And the life force I felt being drained. Dr. Reed frowned. That's harder to quantify scientifically. But if we consider the energy involved, the massive power emanating from the monolith, and the inverse energy readings from the new oceanic structures. It suggests a conversion process. Biological energy, in whatever form it exists, is being extracted and refined into something else, something they need. But for what? I pressed, the question a constant torment. Perhaps for the deep space transmission, Reed theorized, or for the power source of their vessels, or even for their own sustenance. We just don't know the end product of this harvest. As the days turned into a week, our understanding of the alien presence grew, but so did our fear. The constant monitoring of the coast revealed that the spherical structures beneath the ocean's surface were growing larger, absorbing more of the static water, becoming more defined. Their inverse energy signature intensified, suggesting an accelerated harvesting process. The ovoid vessels, meanwhile, were no longer just patrolling the crater. Anya's new, stealth-capable drones, operating at extreme altitudes, occasionally detected them far beyond the crater, deep in the surrounding forest. They seemed to be establishing a perimeter, perhaps even conducting further reconnaissance of the land. One evening, Thorne called an urgent meeting. Petrova and Reed were present, along with Anya and myself. His face was grim. "The deep space transmission," he began. "Petrova has detected a faint but discernible echo." "Lin echo?" I asked. Petrova nodded, her eyes serious. "Yes, not a returning signal, but a subtle perturbation in subspace, following the exact trajectory of the original signal, but moving at a much slower, though still superluminal, velocity. It's like the wake left by a ship moving through water, or perhaps the initial ripples of a gravitational drive engaging." My blood ran cold. A ship. "That's our best hypothesis," Petrova confirmed. "An incoming vessel, responding to the beacon. It's still incredibly distant, but it's moving fast, much faster than light. Based on the energy signatures of its wake, it could be here in weeks, a month at most." A heavy silence descended upon the lab. Weeks, a month, that was no time at all. "So the creature sent a message," Anya summarized, her voice flat, "and now something is coming to answer. What exactly are we talking about, Dr. Petrova? A scout ship, a fleet?" "The energy signature of the wake implies a substantial vessel," Petrova said, her voice grave. "Perhaps a single, very large craft, or a small vanguard. It's difficult to say with precision, but it's certainly not a small probe. This is an arrival, and given what we've seen them do to our ocean, I think we can assume their intentions are not benevolent." Thorne gripped the edge of the table, his knuckles white. "We have to prepare. We have to assume the worst. This isn't just a scientific expedition anymore, not just a covert task force. This is a global emergency." "But we still don't know why they're here," Dr. Reed pointed out, her brow furrowed. "Why this planet? Why our ocean? And for what ultimate purpose are they harvesting life force?" "Whatever the reason," Thorne stated, his voice ringing with a newfound resolve, "we cannot allow them to continue unopposed. We have to present this information to the highest levels of government. We have to tell them everything. There's no more time for secrecy. We've bought ourselves a few weeks, perhaps a month. Now we use that time to prepare for whatever is coming." He looked at each of us, his gaze firm. "We've done our part as scientists. Now we must become something more. We must become advocates. We must convince the world of the truth before it's too late." The next few days were a blur of frantic activity. Thorne began compiling a comprehensive report detailing every piece of evidence, every observation, every analysis. Anya's team raced to finish a new, heavily armored drone, equipped with an array of exotic sensors, and perhaps controversially, a non-lethal electromagnetic pulse emitter, a last-ditch defensive measure. Petrova continued to monitor the incoming signal's wake, refining her calculations, trying to predict the exact time and location of the alien ship's arrival. Dr. Reed worked on theoretical models of the life force harvesting process, trying to predict its long-term impact on the ocean's ecosystem. I was tasked with preparing the visual aids for Thorne's presentation, selecting the most compelling and terrifying images from our drone footage. The static ocean, the towering monolith, the grotesque berthing of the ovoid vessels, the deep violet beam of transmission, the growing spheres beneath the waves, each image a stark testament to the impossible reality we faced. The dead fish, meticulously preserved, would be the physical centerpiece of our argument. The pressure was immense. Every minute felt precious, every decision fraught with monumental consequences. We were a tiny, isolated group of scientists, suddenly burdened with the knowledge of an impending alien threat that could obliterate human civilization. The weight of that responsibility was crushing. Thorne, despite his age, seemed to thrive under the pressure. His intellect burned brighter, his resolve hardened. He became a force of nature, driven by the urgency of our discovery. He knew the skepticism he would face, the accusations of hysteria, the ridicule, but he was unwavering. "They will call us mad," he told us one evening as we finalized the presentation. "They will doubt us. They will question our sanity, but the evidence is irrefutable, and the stakes are too high to falter." He had arranged for a meeting with a high-level, secretive government committee, a body composed of top military leaders, intelligence chiefs, and a few senior politicians, known for dealing with national security threats of an unusual nature. The meeting was scheduled for 3 days from now, at a secure, undisclosed location. This was it, our chance to warn the world, to convince them of the impossible truth. The night before the meeting, I found myself alone in the deserted lab, staring at the holographic projection of the static ocean. The serene, unmoving waves, frozen in time, looked beautiful, yet utterly terrifying. It was a monument to a power so vast, so indifferent, that it could simply stop the heart of our planet without a second thought. I touched the shimmering image, a phantom cold seeping into my fingertips. I thought of the creature, of the monolith, of the vast, ancient consciousness I had glimpsed. Was it merely a harvester, an indifferent cosmic farmer, or was there something more, something darker, a malevolent intent behind its actions? And the incoming ship, what would it bring? More harvesters, an invasion force, or perhaps the true architects of this cosmic operation coming to oversee the final stages of the harvest. The silence of the lab, once a comfort, now felt like a suffocating shroud. The fate of the world rested on our shoulders, on our ability to tell a story that defied all logic, all reason, all science. A story that, only weeks ago, I would have dismissed as pure fantasy. But I had seen it, I had touched it, and I carried the chilling proof, not just in the data, but in the lingering echo of alien knowledge within my own mind. The world was about to change irrevocably, and we were the ones who had to break the news. As the first faint light of dawn crept through the lab windows, painting the monitors in shades of gray and violet, I knew our time was running out. The countdown had begun. The air in the secure facility was thick with tension, a palpable hum that vibrated even more intensely than the monolith's distant thrumming. The committee members, a dozen stern-faced men and women in various uniforms and dark suits, sat around a long, polished table, their expressions ranging from skepticism to open hostility. Thorn stood at the head, projector whirring, his figure dwarfed by the enormity of the truth he was about to unleash. Yanya and I stood beside him, silent, our faces reflecting the gravity of the moment. Dr. Petrova and Dr. Reed were positioned near their respective screens, ready to provide expert testimony. The room was Spartan, functional, no windows, just flickering fluorescent lights casting a harsh glow on the proceedings. The silence, punctuated only by the soft click of Thorn's presentation remote, was absolute. "Gentlemen, ladies," Thorn began, his voice surprisingly steady, "we are here today because the very existence of humanity, as we know it, is under an unprecedented and immediate threat." A ripple of murmurs went through the room. General Armitage, a grizzled man with a stern jawline and a chest full of medals, leaned forward, his eyes narrowed. "Dr. Thorn, we've heard initial reports of unusual energy signatures, but unprecedented and immediate threat. That's a rather sensational claim." Thorn met his gaze without flinching. "General, what I'm about to show you defies every conventional understanding of science, physics, and life itself. It will challenge your worldview as it has challenged ours. But every piece of data, every observation, every analysis points to one inescapable conclusion." He pressed the remote. The first image flashed onto the large screen, a satellite photo of the entire coastline, centered on the area where the ocean was frozen. The static, glassy expanse of water was unmistakable, a stark, unnatural scar on the familiar blue of the Pacific. "2 weeks ago," Thorn continued, his voice picking up a quiet intensity, "my colleague, your name, an experienced marine biologist, discovered this. An entire section of our ocean, frozen in a state of impossible stasis." He paused, letting the image sink in. Then he clicked again. The screen now showed a close-up drone shot of the unmoving waves, perfectly preserved, almost crystalline. "This is not ice," Thorn explained, his voice calm, academic. "Our initial analyses ruled that out immediately. There is no extreme cold. This is a complete cessation of molecular motion, a suspension of all physical processes. The water molecules, the organisms within it, are simply paused." He clicked to the next slide, an intricate diagram of the energy field surrounding the ocean, overlaid with complex graphs. This stasis is maintained by an incredibly powerful, localized energy field, emanating from a single source. Another click, the dark, obsidian-like monolith, towering in the crater, appeared on screen. Its seamless, featureless surface seemed to absorb the light even in the photograph. "This is the source," Thorn declared, "an extraterrestrial structure, roughly 100 meters tall, composed of a material unlike anything found on Earth. It appeared suddenly, leaving behind a massive impact crater." Gasps rippled through the room. One of the committee members, a younger woman with sharp, intelligent eyes, leaned in. "An extraterrestrial structure. Dr. Thorn, are you suggesting we have an alien presence on Earth?" "I am stating it as fact, Director Hayes," Thorn replied, his voice firm. "And this is just the beginning." He then showed the drone footage of the barren crater, the sickly vegetation around its rim. He highlighted the degraded plant life, explaining the corrosive, energy-draining field radiating from the monolith. Next, the dead fish, a close-up image, then a holographic projection of its perfectly preserved internal organs. Dr. Reed stepped forward. "My team, led by Dr. Reed, has conducted extensive analysis of these specimens. Thorne announced. Dr. Reed. Dr. Reed, usually reserved, spoke with quiet authority. The cellular integrity of these organisms is flawless. No signs of decomposition, no cellular damage. They are not merely dead, they are switched off. Metabolic activity has ceased entirely, but the biological structure remains perfectly intact. It's as if their life functions were simply paused, then aborted. Discarded, I added, my voice cutting through the quiet, like waste products. Several committee members exchanged uneasy glances. Thorne clicked again. The screen showed the most disturbing footage we had, the creature. Its immense form, its iridescent skin, its alien grace as it moved towards the monolith. A collective gasp echoed through the room when the creature reached the monolith, and its body shimmered, dissolving into the dark surface as if melting into the very fabric of the structure. This entity, Thorne explained, his voice low, is, we believe, the operator, the intelligence guiding this operation. We observed it enter the monolith. We believe it integrated with the structure, becoming, in essence, a living component of an alien machine. A living machine, General Armitage grunted, clearly incredulous. The biomechanical entity of unimaginable sophistication, General, Thorne affirmed. He then showed the drone footage of the monolith, birthing the ovoid vessels from its base. The slow, grotesque growth of the dark mounds, the violet light pulsing from within, and then the silent emergence of the levitating, black, featureless spheres. These are, we hypothesize, autonomous vessels, Thorne explained. Drones, perhaps, or scout units. They radiated a highly focused sensor sweep, scanning their environment. He showed the footage of the vessel stopping just 50 feet from our hiding place, spinning, its violet glow intensifying. My team and I witnessed this deployment firsthand, Thorne stated, his gaze sweeping over the committee. We were scanned. It detected something, but evidently didn't register us as a threat, or perhaps it simply gathered data and moved on. The room was absolutely silent now, the skepticism replaced by a growing unease, perhaps even a hint of fear. And then, Thorne continued, his voice gaining a dramatic edge. It transmitted. He played the footage. The monolith began to thrum, to shimmer, and then a brilliant, focused beam of violet light shot upwards from its peak, piercing the morning sky, a silent, terrifying spear of pure energy. This was not a natural phenomenon, Thorne emphasized. This was an incredibly powerful, highly structured energy transmission aimed directly out of our solar system towards deep space. He clicked again. Dr. Petrova stepped forward. My team has been analyzing the unique energy signature of this transmission, Petrova stated, her voice calm and authoritative. It is not conventional radio or light waves. It's a multi-layered, fractal pattern of energy, incredibly dense with information. The energy expenditure involved in this single transmission dwarfs anything humanity could produce. And its trajectory, it was aimed towards a specific region of the Perseus arm, approximately 75,000 light-years away. A collective gasp went through the room. Director Hayes looked aghast. 75,000 light-years, but that's an impossible distance for a real-time signal. Precisely, Petrova affirmed, a chilling quality to her voice. Unless their communication isn't limited by the speed of light, unless they've found a way to bypass it entirely. Tachyonic communication, perhaps, or entanglement. Whatever the method, it implies a civilization capable of instantaneous or near-instantaneous interstellar communication. The implications hung in the air, heavy and terrifying, faster than light. It shattered fundamental physics, opened a Pandora's box of unimaginable possibilities. And if they can communicate across such vast distances instantly, Thorne interjected, then this creature, this monolith, these vessels, they are not the primary intelligence. They are merely instruments, part of a much, much larger entity, a vast interstellar empire. He clicked to the next slide, a sonar image of the large, shimmering orbs forming beneath the surface of the static ocean. Concurrent with the deep space transmission, Thorne explained, we observed a new development. The stasis field, previously stable, began to fluctuate, and these new massive spherical structures began to coalesce beneath the ocean's surface. They are drawing in the viscous water, growing and radiating an inverse energy signature to the monoliths. If the monolith is giving, these are taking. Taking what? General Armitage demanded, his skepticism finally breaking into outright alarm. Dr. Reed spoke again. Our hypothesis, based on the energy dynamics and the analysis of the discarded organisms, is that these structures are harvesting units. They are extracting, converting, and processing the biological energy, the life force, of the ocean's ecosystem. The monolith initiates the stasis. The new spheres process the biomass, refining it into a usable energy form. So the ocean isn't merely paused, I articulated, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. It's being harvested, systematically, efficiently. The fish are just waste products. The committee members were visibly shaken now. Their faces were pale, their posture rigid. The reality, once dismissed as fiction, was sinking in. Thorne clicked to the final slide. A stark, simple image, a single question mark, superimposed over a holographic projection of a massive alien ship, cobbled together from Petrova's initial analysis. And now for the most critical piece of information, Thorne announced, his voice grave. Petrova stepped forward again. The deep space transmission, she explained, left an energetic wake in subspace. A subtle perturbation, following the exact trajectory of the original signal, but moving at a slower, though still superluminal, velocity. This is not an echo of the signal. This is the energetic signature of a substantial object in motion. She paused, letting her words sink in. It is, in our estimation, an incoming vessel, a ship, responding to the beacon. It's still incredibly distant, but it's moving at many times the speed of light. Based on the energy signatures of its wake, it could be here in weeks, a month at most. The room erupted. Whispers, exclamations, choked gasps. General Armitage slammed his fist on the table. A ship, an alien invasion. Are you telling us an alien fleet is coming? We cannot say definitively it is a fleet, General, Petrova clarified, her voice unwavering. The wake implies a substantial vessel, perhaps a very large single craft or a small vanguard, but it is certainly not a small probe. This is an arrival, and given what we have observed them do to our ocean, to our planet's ecosystem, we have to assume their intentions are not benevolent. Thorne stepped forward, placing his hands on the table, leaning into the committee. Gentlemen, ladies, this is not a drill. This is not science fiction. This is our reality. We have bought ourselves a few weeks, perhaps a month. That is all. We are faced with an extraterrestrial intelligence capable of manipulating fundamental forces, of harvesting entire ecosystems, of traversing interstellar distances at speeds we cannot comprehend. And they are coming. He looked at each of them, his gaze firm, unwavering. We have done our part as scientists. We have gathered the data, interpreted the findings, and warned you. Now you must act. We must prepare. We must inform the world. There is no more time for secrecy. We must convince the world of the truth before it's too late. The silence that followed was deafening, charged with a new, terrifying comprehension. The committee members looked at each other, their faces etched with a profound, dawning dread. The weight of the world, once a scientific burden, had now shifted onto the shoulders of global power. General Armitage cleared his throat, his voice rough. Dr. Thorne, this is unprecedented. We need to verify this data. Immediately, thoroughly. But if what you say is true, he trailed off, shaking his head slowly. The words seemed to fail him. Director Hayes, composed despite her obvious shock, spoke up. We understand the gravity, Dr. Thorne. We will form an emergency task force. Every resource will be allocated. We need your full cooperation. Every scrap of data, every theory, every detail. Thorne nodded, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. You have it. We will work tirelessly with your teams, but time, Director, is our most precious commodity. The meeting concluded in a flurry of hushed conversations and urgent directives. The committee, once a wall of skepticism, had cracked under the undeniable weight of the evidence. Thorne, Anya, Reed, Petrova, and I were immediately debriefed by various intelligence and military personnel. Our secure lab was swarmed with government scientists, all eager and deeply disturbed by the data. Over the next few days, the Institute transformed. It became the nerve center of Earth's nascent defense against an unknown alien threat. The government, moving with surprising speed, initiated a covert global response. Classified directives were issued. Satellites were repurposed, their sensors recalibrated to search for the energy wake Petrova had identified. Naval vessels and air forces began subtle, disguised patrols of the affected coastline, maintaining extreme distance, but ready to monitor any further developments. Teams of linguists and cryptographers arrived, attempting to make sense of the intricate layers of the alien signal, working alongside Petrova's team. Meanwhile, Thorne, Reed, and I were tasked with creating a more detailed report for a wider, though still highly classified, audience. We were brought into top-secret briefings with world leaders via secure video links, presenting our findings again and again, each time facing the same initial disbelief, followed by the same chilling realization. The urgency of the situation was palpable, a constant pressure building with each passing day. The consensus was clear. Humanity faced an existential threat, but what form of defense could be mounted against an enemy capable of faster-than-light travel, instantaneous communication across light years, and the ability to freeze oceans and harvest life force? The questions were daunting, the answers terrifyingly scarce. One afternoon, a week after the initial briefing, Thorne called me into his lab. Petrova was there, her face drawn, her eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. We have a refinement of the arrival window, she announced, her voice flat. The incoming object, it's accelerating. The subspace wake is intensifying. It's now estimated to arrive in approximately 3 weeks. Not a month, but 3 weeks. My stomach dropped. 3 weeks. That was no time at all. And the nature of the object? Thorne asked, his voice tight. Petrova hesitated, then brought up a new holographic projection. It was a complex, swirling anomaly of energy signatures, overlaid with theoretical mass and velocity calculations. The energy signature of the wake is profound, Petrova explained, tracing a finger over the projection. Far larger than we initially estimated. This isn't just a scout ship, Dr. Thorne. This is a very, very large vessel, potentially a command vessel. or a capital ship. A capital ship, the term echoed in the silent lab, heavy with implications of war. And its estimated point of arrival, I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Petrova zoomed in on a map of Earth. A faint, glowing red circle appeared on the Pacific Ocean, directly over the static water. Our calculations now place its deceleration and entry into our atmosphere directly above the existing harvest site. It's coming straight to the monolith. Thorn closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, a desperate fire in their depths. They're coming to collect, to oversee, to complete the harvest. The implications were catastrophic. This wasn't just a reconnaissance mission gone wrong. This was a targeted, deliberate operation. Earth was a resource, and the aliens were coming to claim it. We need to accelerate our defensive preparations, Thorne stated, his voice ringing with a desperate urgency. We need to prepare for direct confrontation. We can't just stand by and watch them consume our planet. What defense, Dr. Thorne? Petrova countered, her voice weary. Our most advanced weapons systems are like toys compared to the energy signatures we've observed. They can manipulate space-time, bypass the speed of light, create energy fields that halt molecular motion. How do we fight that? We don't know yet, Thorne admitted, running a hand through his hair. But we must try. We must develop something. A deterrent at the very least. We must buy humanity time. He spent the next few days in a whirlwind of meetings, arguing passionately for aggressive research into countermeasures. He pushed for theoretical physicists to explore every possible avenue, from exotic matter manipulation to advanced energy shielding. He urged military strategists to consider unconventional tactics, knowing that traditional warfare would be utterly useless. Anya, meanwhile, was leading a new team, secretly developing a highly experimental drone. This wasn't a reconnaissance unit. This was designed as a delivery system for a last-resort EMP weapon, far more powerful than anything we had previously considered. Its mission, to attempt to disrupt the monolith's energy field, or at least its communication capabilities, should the worst come to pass. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble. I found myself increasingly drawn to Dr. Reed's xenobiology lab. I was haunted by the creature's image, its silent, elegant movements, its dissolution into the monolith. I couldn't shake the feeling that understanding the creature itself was key. What if it's not just an operator, Dr. Reed? I asked one evening, watching a holographic simulation of the creature's interaction with the monolith. What if it's more? What if it's a living part of the alien technology itself, a biointegrated intelligence? Reed nodded slowly. A very plausible theory, your name. We're seeing evidence of biomechanical symbiosis at a level we can barely conceive. The fluid integration, the direct energy transfer, it blurs the line between biology and technology completely. If the monolith is its body, or an extension of its body, then disrupting the monolith is an attack on the creature itself. And the sphere, I asked, recalling my first encounter. The one that flooded my mind with information, with that sense of a vast, ancient consciousness. Reed's eyes widened slightly. That's a variable we haven't been able to scientifically quantify. Your subjective experience is invaluable, but difficult to integrate into our physical models. However, if the creature is a biointegrated intelligence, and if the monolith is a physical extension of that intelligence, then the sphere could have been a localized manifestation of its consciousness. A data transfer mechanism, perhaps, or a probe gathering information on you. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Had I been probed? Had I been assessed? Was my lingering connection, the the strange flashes of insight I sometimes experienced, a residual link to that alien mind. As the 3-week countdown dwindled, the covert preparations escalated. Military forces worldwide moved into position, deploying advanced sensor arrays and defensive systems around the Pacific Rim. Navies maintained a constant, disguised presence near the harvest site. The global scientific community, albeit a highly select, classified segment, was working around the clock, grappling with equations that redefined reality. The media, of course, was kept completely in the dark. Public-facing government officials spoke of routine naval exercises and atmospheric research projects in the Pacific, but underneath the carefully constructed facade, the world held its breath. One evening, 2 days before the estimated arrival, Thorne called a final, critical briefing. The key members of the scientific task force were present, along with a few high-ranking military and intelligence officials. The atmosphere was grim, somber. Petrova presented her latest data, her face pale. The incoming vessel is now less than a day out. Its deceleration phase has begun. It will enter Earth's upper atmosphere within 24 hours. Estimated time of arrival, 300 Zulu, 2 days from now. She pointed to the holographic projection. The massive energy signature, now far more defined, was a terrifying presence. We're seeing new subsignatures now. Smaller vessels, perhaps, drones, escorts. They are deploying from the main ship during its final approach. My heart hammered against my ribs. Escorts. A fleet, then, not just one ship. "What are we dealing with, Dr. Petrova?" General Armitage asked, his voice strained. Petrova shook her head slowly. "A vessel unlike anything we have ever conceived, General. Its energy shield alone is formidable. Its propulsion system is based on principles that defy our understanding of causality. It's not just a ship, it's a mobile city, a fortress, and it's here to perform a task." Dr. Reed then presented her latest theoretical models. The harvesting process has significantly accelerated in the last 48 hours. The oceanic spheres have nearly tripled in size. The monolith is drawing immense power. Our models predict that within days of the main vessel's arrival, the entire section of the Pacific could be completely drained of its biological energy. The life force of that ecosystem will be completely consumed. Thorne stood at the head of the table, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. "We have one chance. Anya's drone is our only hope for a direct intervention." Anya, unusually solemn, stepped forward. The drone, designated Maelstrom, is ready. It's equipped with a highly experimental, miniaturized EMP device. Its theoretical range is limited, but its power output is extreme. The target is the monolith itself. If we can disrupt its energy field or its internal processing, we might be able to halt the harvest, or at least disable its communication capabilities, delaying any further incoming vessels. "What are the chances of success?" Director Hayes asked, her voice low. Zanya met her gaze directly. "Minimal. The monolith's shielding is immense, and its internal systems are alien. We have no idea how it will react. It could be completely ineffective, or it could provoke an even more aggressive response." "But we must try," Thorne interjected. "Inaction is not an option. We cannot allow them to complete the harvest. We cannot allow them to establish a permanent foothold on our planet without resistance." General Armitage cleared his throat. "We have naval assets in position. If the drone fails, and if the alien ship presents a clear, undeniable threat, we will engage." A collective gasp went around the table. Engage with what? The unspoken question hung heavy in the air. Thorn looked at the general, his face a mixture of despair and grim determination. General, with all due respect, our conventional weaponry is irrelevant. A direct military confrontation will be a suicide mission. We must rely on our scientific ingenuity. Our only hope is to disrupt their operation, to show them that Earth is not a passive resource, that we will fight. And if this maelstrom drone fails, Director Hayes pressed, her voice laced with the unspoken fear. What then, Dr. Thorne? What is the contingency? Thorne was silent for a long moment, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the committee, then to Petrova, Reed, Anya, and finally to me. His expression was one of profound weariness, but also a burning, desperate hope. If Maelstrom fails, Thorne finally said, his voice quiet, then our only recourse is to understand their nature, their purpose, their vulnerabilities, and to hope that we can find a way to communicate, to negotiate, or to discover a weakness we can exploit. We must continue to learn. Our survival depends on it. The meeting dissolved into a flurry of final preparations. The launch of the Maelstrom drone was set for 200 Zulu, an hour before the estimated arrival of the main alien ship. It would be a covert operation, a desperate Hail Mary in the dead of night, aimed at the heart of the alien operation. I found myself back in the small, secure lab, just Anya and I, preparing the drone for its mission. The Maelstrom was sleek, black, and utterly silent. Its experimental EMP device hummed faintly within its core, a terrifying concentration of power. Yanya checked the drone systems with meticulous precision, her fingers flying over the console. All systems nominal, EMP payload armed, stealth protocols engaged. It's as ready as it's ever going to be. I looked at the drone, then at Anya. Do you think it will work? Anya paused, her eyes, usually so stoic, holding a flicker of uncertainty. I don't know your name. We're pushing the boundaries of known physics here, but it's our only play. The weight of the impending battle, of humanity's desperate gamble, pressed down on us. The thought of the massive alien ship, silently hurtling towards Earth, sent a cold dread through my veins. As the clock ticked down towards launch, Thorne appeared, his face pale but his eyes resolute. He placed a hand on Anya's shoulder. Good luck, Anya. Good luck, your name. The fate of the world rests on this. We nodded, a silent acknowledgement of the impossible burden. The drone was packed into a specialized, stealth-capable transport plane, which took off from a remote military base under the cover of darkness. Anya, alongside a small team of elite military drone operators, would guide it remotely from a command center thousands of miles away. Thorne and I remained at the Institute, glued to the holographic projections, watching the final hours tick by. The incoming alien ship, a faint but growing signature, dominated the central display. Its energy readings were colossal, unlike anything we'd ever observed. Smaller signatures, the escorts, now dotted the edges of its main wake. The minutes stretched into an eternity. News feeds, carefully curated, showed nothing out of the ordinary. The world, oblivious, slept. But in the hushed confines of our command center, the fate of billions hung precariously in the balance. Finally, the signal came from Anya, Maelstrom drone airborne, on trajectory towards target coordinates, initiating stealth approach. A faint, almost invisible speck of light appeared on the main screen, tracing a careful, circuitous route towards the glowing red circle that marked the monolith's location. The anticipation was excruciating. every breath caught in my throat. The drone neared the coast, effortlessly bypassing initial sensor grids. Its advanced stealth technology, developed under immense pressure, was holding. It entered the perimeter of the static ocean, flying low, almost skimming the unmoving waves. The monolithic structure, a dark, silent sentinel, loomed ahead. Approaching monolith, Anya's voice crackled over the comms, tense but focused. Energy readings from the monolith are spiking. It's powering up. The main alien ship is decelerating rapidly now, high in the exosphere. Estimated arrival in 45 minutes. Thorn clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the screen. Anya, execute the mission as planned, disable it, or at least delay them. Acknowledged, Dr. Thorn, Anya replied. Drone initiating final approach, targeting primary energy nexus at the monolith's base. The small drone, a tiny, defiant speartip of human ingenuity, closed in on the towering alien structure. The tension in the room was unbearable. I could feel my own heart pounding, a frantic drum against the impending silence of our extinction. The maelstrom drone reached the monolith, hovering silently just feet from its obsidian-like surface. It was a minuscule thing against the alien colossus. Deploying IMP, Anya's voice announced, her breath hitched. A blinding flash of pure violet light erupted from the drone. It wasn't an explosion, but a focused burst of electromagnetic energy, directed precisely at the base of the monolith, at the point where the ovoid vessels had been birthed. For a single, agonizing moment, nothing happened. The monolith stood silent, impassive. Then a low, guttural roar of energy ripped through the air, vibrating through the very earth, even thousands of miles away in our command center. The entire monolith began to pulse with a terrifying, blinding violet light. The ground around it cracked, fissures radiating outwards. The static ocean rippled violently, the stasis field flickering, on the verge of collapse. The immense spherical structures beneath the water glowed with an enraged, malevolent light. "It's reacting," Anya shouted, her voice laced with terror. "The EMP it's causing a massive energy cascade. It's unstable." The monolith pulsed again, more violently this time. Its violet light intensified, searing our eyes even through the screen. And then a new light erupted from its peak, not a narrow beam of transmission, but a massive, diffused corona of violet energy, radiating outwards, washing over the entire crater, over the static ocean, over the very atmosphere. The pressure in my head returned, 1,000 times worse than before, a piercing, agonizing pain that threatened to shatter my skull. My vision blurred, the room spinning. I felt a scream tearing through my throat, unheard. "The main ship," Petrova shrieked, pointing at her screen. "It's reacting. It's accelerating again. It's going critical." The incoming alien ship's signature on the screen, previously decelerating, now pulsed erratically, growing impossibly bright, its energy readings rocketing off the charts. It was no longer a controlled approach. It was a descent, a plunge. "It's not just an EMP, Anya," Thorn yelled, clutching his head. "You've destabilized their entire energy network. The monolith and the ship are connected. You've overloaded them." "I've lost the drone," Anya cried, her voice choked with desperation. "The feedback is overwhelming. All systems are failing." The violet corona from the monolith flared brighter, blindingly so. The roar of energy became a deafening shriek, vibrating through my very bones. And then a sound unlike anything I had ever heard, a sound that seemed to rip the fabric of reality itself, filled the air. A deep, cosmic wail. On the screen, the monolith began to crack, not just at its base, but along its entire length, hairline fractures appearing on its dark, obsidian surface, glowing with an internal, furious violet light. The fissures widened, spreading like a spiderweb. The structure groaned, a sound of immense, tortured power. And then, in a single, cataclysmic instant, the monolith exploded. It wasn't a conventional explosion. There was no fire, no smoke, just a blinding, silent flash of pure violet energy that expanded outwards in a perfect sphere, consuming everything in its path. The crater, the sickly vegetation, the static ocean, all vanished within that ephemeral, incandescent sphere of pure light. The shockwave hit us, even thousands of miles away, not as a physical force, but as a psychic blow, a deafening mental scream that tore through my mind. I collapsed, clutching my head, writhing in unimaginable agony. The pain was absolute, consuming, tearing at my very consciousness. And then, as suddenly as it had erupted, the light vanished. The scream faded. The pressure in my head receded, leaving a ringing void, a profound, terrifying silence. I lay on the floor, gasping, my body trembling uncontrollably. My eyes, still throbbing with phantom violet light, slowly adjusted to the dimness of the lab. Anya was huddled on the floor, shaking. Thorn was propped against a console, his face ashen, his eyes wide with horror. The screen. I forced my gaze back to the main display. Where the monolith had once stood, there was now nothing but a vast, smoldering caldera, a new, massive wound on the earth, glowing faintly with residual violet energy. The static ocean was gone. The land around it was utterly annihilated, reduced to a glassy, fused wasteland. And the main alien ship's signature, it was gone, vanished. A terrifying silence hung in the air, the silence of absolute destruction, the silence of victory, or perhaps the silence of a desperate, catastrophic mistake. What have we done? I whispered, my voice raw, barely audible. Thorn slowly pushed himself up, his eyes fixed on the devastation on the screen. His face was a mask of shock and profound despair. We provoked them. We attacked a part of their network, and they responded with overwhelming force. They simply incinerated the entire operation, both sides. But the ship, Petrova choked out, her voice trembling. It's gone. Did they self-destruct, or did we destroy it? Thorn shook his head, a horrifying realization dawning on his face. No, they didn't self-destruct. We overloaded their system. The connection between the monolith and the main ship was too profound. The EMP didn't just disable the monolith. It caused a catastrophic feedback loop, an energy surge that ripped through their entire network. He stared at the screen, at the smoking crater. We didn't just fight them, Anya. We ruptured them. We wounded them deeply. But in doing so, we also destroyed their means of harvest and their ship. We effectively eliminated their immediate presence. Xania slowly lifted her head, her eyes wide with a mixture of horror and dawning triumph. We won. Thorn turned to us, his face a complex mosaic of fear, exhaustion, and a chilling new understanding. We did win, Anya. We made an enemy, a truly powerful enemy, and we have no idea what the long-term consequences of that will be. We have no idea who else is out there, connected to that network, or how they will respond to this profound insult. Oh, hey. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but the weight of his words settled over us like a shroud. We did win, Anya. We made an enemy, a truly powerful enemy, and we have no idea what the long-term consequences of that will be. We have no idea who else is out there, connected to that network, or how they will respond to this profound insult. The silence that followed was different now. No longer the terrified hush of impending doom, but the chilling void of absolute uncertainty. We had acted, yes, we had struck back, but what had we truly achieved? The immediate threat was gone, a smoking crater where once a terrifying alien mechanism had stood. But the larger, unseen enemy, the vast interstellar empire, was still out there. And now they knew about us. Yanya, still trembling, slowly pushed herself up. Her face was pale, streaked with tears and grime, but her eyes held a flicker of something defiant. But we stopped them, Dr. Thorne. We stopped the harvest. We saved our ocean, or what was left of it. At what cost, Anya? Thorne countered, his gaze distant, as if already seeing beyond the devastated coastline to the cold, unforgiving expanse of space. At what cost? Petrova, usually the picture of stoic composure, was curled in a fetal position on the floor, softly sobbing. The sheer violence of the energy cascade, the psychic shockwave, had clearly broken through her scientific detachment. Dr. Reed, though visibly shaken, was already attempting to restart her monitors, her scientific curiosity overriding her terror. I, too, felt the lingering phantom pain in my head, a deep, resonant ache that hummed with residual alien energy. The memory of that cosmic wail, that silent, blinding explosion, was seared into my mind. The communication lines, which had been buzzing with frantic whispers from military and intelligence personnel moments before the explosion, had gone completely dead. The sheer scale of the energy discharge had apparently overwhelmed all nearby systems, human and alien alike. It took precious minutes for the first cautious signals to trickle back in. Dr. Thorne, Anya, your name, are you there? Report, what in God's name happened? General Armitage's voice crackled through the comms, hoarse with shock and a barely contained fury. Thorne slowly walked to the comms console, his hand still shaking slightly as he pressed the transmit button. General, the monolith, it's been destroyed. The incoming alien vessel, it's gone. A catastrophic energy overload. We believe the EMP caused a feedback loop through their network, destabilizing their entire system. A beat of stunned silence on the other end, then a volley of choked exclamations. Destroyed, gone. Are you absolutely certain, Thorne? What about the fallout? Director Hayes's voice, usually so composed, was laced with terror. Visually confirmed, Director, Thorne replied, his voice regaining some of its usual gravitas. The area is a smoldering caldera, complete annihilation. As for fallout, we're not detecting anything immediately dangerous, but the energy readings are highly unusual. It wasn't a nuclear explosion. It was something else entirely. My God, General Armitage breathed. My God, we need a full assessment team on site immediately. Secure the perimeter. No one in, no one out. This changes everything. And so it began. The immediate aftermath was a whirlwind of activity, a frantic scramble to comprehend the incomprehensible. Our lab, still reeling from the psychic impact, became a hub of desperate analysis. Petrova, though still deeply shaken, was coaxed back to her monitors, her expertise crucial in deciphering the remaining energy signatures. Reed started theorizing on the ecological implications of such a catastrophic energy release. Yanya, despite her deep trauma, was already working on refining sensor readings, desperate to understand the full scope of her drone's devastating success. I found myself oddly numb, moving through the motions of data analysis and report compilation. The lingering echo in my mind, that strange alien connection, felt muted, distorted, as if the network it had once been part of had been violently severed. It was a phantom limb of consciousness, and its silence was more unsettling than its presence. The first images from high-altitude reconnaissance drones, deployed hours after the explosion, painted a stark, horrifying picture. Where the serene, static ocean had once been, where the monolith had towered, there was now a vast, perfectly circular crater, miles wide, its surface a glassy, obsidian-like material, still glowing faintly violet in places. The land surrounding it for miles was scorched, vaporized, then fused into twisted, unnatural shapes. It looked like a scar on the face of the earth, a wound that went impossibly deep. "It's not just a crater," Dr. Reed announced, her voice grim, pointing to thermal imaging. "The core temperature of the material is still incredibly high. It's like a superheated, vitrified desert. And the radiation signature, it's exotic. Not nuclear, but something entirely new. Our instruments are barely registering it." A byproduct of whatever energy they were using, Thorne surmised, his face drawn. A final, desperate burst of their core power. The very fabric of reality was torn there. The global response was immediate and unprecedented. The top-secret committee, once a small group of skeptics, now operated in a state of barely contained panic. The official cover story, broadcast to the world, was a complex lie involving an undersea volcanic eruption and an experimental, highly classified atmospheric research project gone wrong, resulting in a localized, non-hazardous energy discharge. The public, though unsettled by the dramatic satellite images of the glowing caldera, eventually accepted the explanation, lulled by government assurances and a media carefully managed to downplay the incident. But behind the scenes, chaos reigned. The full truth, gradually disseminated to a wider network of global leaders and scientific minds, sent shockwaves of terror across the planet. Humanity had just witnessed and played a part in a confrontation with an alien entity far beyond its comprehension. Military forces, previously arrayed for a defensive stand, were now tasked with investigating the destruction. Special forces teams, accompanied by scientific experts in biohazard suits, were deployed to the perimeter of the new caldera. Their findings were chilling. The glassy surface was virtually indestructible, immune to conventional drilling. The exotic radiation levels fluctuated unpredictably, sometimes spiking to dangerous levels. No trace of the monolith remained, no recognizable pieces of the alien vessels, no lingering remnants of the static ocean or its harvested life. It was as if everything had been utterly vaporized, leaving only a perfect, hellish void. "It's like they hit a reset button," General Armitage reported during a tense video conference. "Everything in that blast zone, biological or technological, was simply erased, except for this strange, fused material. It defies all analysis." Petrova, finally regaining her composure, presented her latest findings. The feedback loop was indeed catastrophic. "My analysis of the subspace wake confirms that the incoming capital ship was caught in the expanding energy field generated by the monolith's destruction. It wasn't just disabled, it was violently disassembled at a subatomic level. The energy signatures vanished instantly. There is no trace of it left in orbit or anywhere in our solar system." A wave of relief, quickly followed by a fresh surge of dread, washed over the room. The immediate alien presence was gone, but the deeper threat lingered. "The network," I ventured, recalling Thorne's earlier words. "What about the interstellar network? Did we just scream into their vast consciousness?" Thorne nodded, a grim expression on his face. "That's the most terrifying question, your name. We severed a crucial node in their system. We destroyed their instrument, and potentially a part of the intelligence itself. How do you think an entity capable of instantaneous interstellar communication will react to such an affront? The answer was a terrifying silence. Over the next few weeks, our world entered a new, precarious equilibrium. The immediate crisis had passed, replaced by a brooding, existential dread. The secure lab, no longer a frenzied command center, became a research facility focused on one thing: preparing for the inevitable retaliation. Thorne, now a global scientific and strategic advisor, worked tirelessly. He pushed for a massive, covert investment in advanced defensive technologies. Theoretical physicists, once dismissed as impractical dreamers, were now given unlimited resources to explore exotic energy shielding, faster-than-light propulsion, if such a thing was even possible for humanity, and unconventional weaponry. Anya's team, though still haunted by the destruction they had wrought, was tasked with reverse engineering the fragments of data recovered from the Maelstrom drone's final moments, searching for any clues about the alien energy systems. Dr. Reed immersed herself in the study of the new caldera. While inaccessible, the periphery of the blast zone, where Earth's natural geology met the alien vitrification, provided a strange laboratory. She theorized about the long-term ecological impact, the potential for lingering exotic radiation, and the bizarre, rapid mutations observed in microorganisms near the edge of the fused landscape. The wound on Earth, it seemed, was not just physical. I found myself increasingly working with Petrova, sifting through the layers of the original alien signal. The destruction of the monolith and the incoming ship had, ironically, left behind a wealth of residual energy data, ghost echoes of their technology. We hoped to find a weakness, a pattern, anything that could give humanity an edge. The signal was incredibly complex, Petrova explained, her eyes often glazed over with exhaustion but still sharp. It wasn't just a beacon. It contained information. We're still trying to decrypt the inner layers, but the primary carrier wave, it's like a vast mathematical language, a language of pure energy and geometry. Could it be a form of communication? I asked. If we could understand it, perhaps we could explain, negotiate. Petrova gave a dry, humorless chuckle. Explain what your name, that we destroyed their harvesting instrument and their ship because we didn't want our planet consumed. I doubt they'd see our perspective. And their language, if it is one, is not for sentiment. It's for instruction, for data transfer, for control. Despite her pessimism, we pressed on, aided by new teams of cryptographers and linguists from around the globe. The task was monumental, like trying to understand an entire library from a single mangled page. My own lingering connection to the alien consciousness, previously a source of fear and fascinating insight, had become a source of profound disturbance. The initial, blinding pain of the monolith's explosion had faded, but it had left behind a fractured emptiness, a sense of something vital having been ripped away. Yet sometimes, in moments of quiet contemplation, I still felt faint echoes. Not of a vast consciousness, but of fragmented whispers, like static on a long-lost radio frequency. They were disjointed, meaningless, yet they suggested a deeper connection, a wound that I, too, now carried. One evening, I was reviewing archived drone footage of the ovoid vessels patrolling the static ocean, trying to find any new clues, when I noticed something subtle. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer in the air above where the monolith had once stood. I zoomed in, enhancing the image. It was barely there, a distortion in the atmospheric ripples like heat haze, but there was no heat. It was a perfectly still, perfectly circular anomaly, just hanging in the air. Dr. Petrova, can you look at this? I called out, my voice tight with a fresh wave of dread. Petrova, already exhausted, stumbled over. She squinted at the screen. What is it, your name? Another atmospheric anomaly. No, I said, pointing to the shimmering distortion. Look at its symmetry. It's too perfect to be natural. And it's static, like the ocean was. It's not moving. Petrova ran a quick spectral analysis, linking her systems to the archived drone data. Her eyes widened. Impossible. I'm seeing 0-point energy fluctuations, but they're stable and contained. It's a localized field, perfectly spherical, hovering approximately 200 meters above the caldera. It wasn't there before. Thorne, who had been overseeing a deep space sensor array update, rushed over. What is it? Petrova's fingers flew over the keyboard, calling up more advanced scans. It's small, only a few meters in diameter, but the energy density is enormous. It's not radiating heat or light or any conventional energy. It's drawing in ambient energy from its surroundings. It's a localized singularity, perhaps, or a wormhole. My blood ran cold. A wormhole, a gateway. Is it connected to the explosion? Thorne asked, his voice strained. The energy signature is similar to the monolith's core power, but highly refined, contained, Petrova explained, her face a mixture of fear and awe. It's like a scar, a residue, or perhaps a new manifestation. A new manifestation, I echoed, the words tasting like ash. You mean a new alien presence? It's too small for a ship, Petrova mused, and it's not radiating a signal. But its energy signature, it's unmistakably alien, and it's definitely not natural. Thorne stared at the shimmering sphere on the screen, a new fear replacing the old. It's a connection, a lingering link. They haven't just forgotten about us. This is a new eye or a new ear. The discovery of the shimmering sphere, dubbed the Oculus by the scientific teams, sent fresh waves of alarm through the high command. It was too small to be a threat, yet its silent, unmoving presence, hovering ominously over the destruction we had wrought, was deeply unsettling. It was a constant reminder that we were still under observation, that our desperate victory might have simply escalated the conflict to an entirely new level. Anya immediately began designing a new reconnaissance drone, even smaller and stealthier than Maelstrom, capable of approaching the Oculus without detection. Thorne, meanwhile, held tense meetings with military strategists, debating whether to attempt to neutralize it or to simply observe. The consensus was observation. We knew so little. Any aggressive action could trigger an unknown and potentially devastating response. It's a probe, Thorne stated during one such meeting, a new form of sensor, or perhaps a gateway. They're assessing the damage. They're learning about us. The implication was terrifying. They weren't coming back blindly. They were gathering intelligence, refining their strategy. Weeks bled into months. The Oculus remained, an unblinking eye in the sky, silent, motionless. Beneath it, the caldera continued to smolder, a permanent monument to humanity's first desperate strike against an interstellar power. The world, outwardly calm, was a beehive of covert activity. Resources poured into scientific research, military preparedness, and the construction of underground bunkers and orbital defense platforms. Humanity was arming itself, desperately trying to catch up to a technology that defied physics. My own research with Petrova intensified. The fragmented whispers in my mind, the strange, fleeting insights, sometimes aligned uncannily with the complex mathematical constructs we were trying to decipher from the alien signal. I found myself instinctively grasping concepts that hours of computational analysis failed to yield. It was a terrifying gift, a silent dialogue with an unseen entity, and I often wondered if it was a lingering consequence of my initial encounter with the alien sphere, or if the Oculus was somehow amplifying it, probing my very thoughts. One particularly frustrating night, poring over a particularly stubborn set of nested frequencies, I felt a sharp, clear flash in my mind. Not a whisper, but an image. A complex, three-dimensional geometric shape, shifting and reconfiguring itself with impossible speed. I instinctively reached for a holographic display and began to draw, my fingers moving with a speed and precision I didn't possess. Petrova, who had been dozing at her console, startled awake, staring at the rapidly forming construct on my screen. "What are you doing, your name?" I don't know," I mumbled, my hand still moving, guided by an unseen force. It's a solution to this pattern." I pointed to the unresolved fractal on her screen. When I finished, a perfectly formed, oscillating geometric pattern shimmered on the display. Petrova, her eyes wide, immediately ran it through her decryption algorithms. The computer hummed, processed, and then displayed a single chilling word. "A query." A profound silence descended upon the lab. Query, a question from whom to whom. Thorne, alerted by the sudden activity, rushed in. He looked at the screen, at the word, then at me. "What is this?" Petrova, her voice barely a whisper, explained. "We've decrypted a part of the original signal, a single command, or perhaps a statement. It's a query." She then explained how I had instinctively provided the key to decrypt it. Thorne looked at me, a complex mixture of awe and fear in his eyes. "You're still connected, aren't you, to the intelligence you're translating?" I didn't know how to answer. I felt a surge of cold dread. Was I merely a translator, a bridge, or was I a target, a living conduit for their silent reconnaissance? "If it's a query," I finally said, my voice hoarse, "what is it asking?" Petrova pointed back to the screen. "That's the next problem. The word query is the root, but the subsequent layers of data, the nested frequencies, are still encrypted. It's like they sent a single, powerful question, and now they're waiting for an answer." "And the Oculus?" Thorne asked, looking towards the silent sphere still hovering over the caldera. "Is it related?" "The energy signature of the query signal," Petrova explained, "is being faintly reflected by the Oculus. It's acting as a passive relay, a receiver. It's listening." The implication was clear. The alien intelligence had sent a message, not for the larger interstellar network, but specifically for us. They were asking something, and they were waiting for a response. The realization sent a chill down my spine. We had destroyed their harvest, their ship, their physical presence. Now they were sending a question. Was it a threat, a demand, or something else entirely? Thorne called an emergency meeting. The new decryption and my unexpected role in it shocked the high command. The ethical implications of using my potential psychic link and the inherent dangers were fiercely debated, but the urgency of the situation superseded all concerns. We had to understand the query. Over the following weeks, fueled by caffeine and a desperate need for answers, Petrova and I, with Thorne's careful guidance, delved deeper into the alien signal. My flashes of insight became more frequent, more coherent, though still fragmented. I struggled to control them, to separate my own thoughts from the alien whispers. It was a mental battle, a constant fight for cognitive integrity. We discovered that the query was indeed the primary focus. The subsequent layers of encrypted data, once unlocked with my strange assistance, revealed not a simple question, but a complex series of nested subqueries, each one pertaining to different aspects of the monolith's destruction, the nature of our planet, and surprisingly, humanity itself. They're asking about our intent, Thorne summarized, poring over the newly decrypted data. They're trying to understand why we attacked them. They're analyzing the nature of our resistance. And they're asking about the energy signature of the EMP, Petrova added, tracing a complex waveform on the screen. They're dissecting the technology we used to disrupt their system. They want to know how we managed it. The alien intelligence wasn't just powerful, it was analytical, curious. It sought to understand. This gave us a sliver of hope, a fragile possibility that negotiation, or at least understanding, might be possible. But then a new set of decrypted subqueries emerged, far more disturbing than the last. These weren't about us, or our attack. They were about the result of the monolith's destruction. They're asking about the ecological data of the affected area, Dr. Reed announced, her voice trembling as she read the translated query. About the loss of the harvested biomass, about the disruption to their processing. It's like they're mourning a lost crop. They're treating our planet, our life, as a commodity, I whispered, the cold dread returning. A resource to be managed, cultivated, harvested. Thorne clenched his jaw. It confirms our worst fears. They are cosmic farmers, and we just destroyed their harvest and their equipment. The final layer of the query, the deepest and most chilling, was unlocked by a particularly agonizing flash of insight from my mind. It wasn't a question. It was a statement, a demand. Resource quantification, our reestablishment, designation, prime. The words appeared on the screen, stark and terrifying. Resource quantification, Thorne read aloud, his voice flat. They're assessing what we are, how much we are worth. Reestablishment. They intend to resume the harvest. And prime, that implies our planet is of particular importance to them. Petrova's face was grim. This isn't a negotiation, Dr. Thorne. This is a demand. They consider Earth to be their property, and they're coming back for it. The oculus floating silently above the caldera felt less like an unblinking eye and more like a ticking clock. The query was not an offer of dialogue, but a preliminary assessment, a clear declaration of intent. They were coming back, not to simply collect, but to reclaim what they considered theirs and to repair the damage we had done. The High Command, initially divided by ethical debates, was now unified in stark, existential terror. The possibility of negotiation evaporated, replaced by the grim certainty of war. We have to prepare for a full-scale invasion, General Armitage declared, his voice heavy. They're not sending another scout ship, they're sending a reclamation fleet. The global military response, previously focused on localized defenses, now shifted to planetary defense. Earth's meager resources were pooled, technologies shared, and alliances solidified in the face of a common, utterly overwhelming enemy. Scientists raced against the clock, trying to decipher more of the alien language, to understand their weaknesses, to find any possible way to deter them. Anya's team, no longer focused on small EMP drones, was now working on massive orbital defense systems, trying to adapt human technology to match the scale of the alien threat. Dr. Reed's studies of the caldera shifted to seeking any lingering alien biological material, any weakness in their fundamental structure. And I, still grappling with the fractured whispers in my mind, felt an increasing sense of dread. The alien presence, though physical, had seeped into my consciousness. I was an accidental witness, a reluctant translator, and I feared that, in trying to understand them, I was becoming something else entirely. One late night, after another grueling session of decryption, I returned to my small, temporary quarters at the Institute. The echoes in my mind were particularly strong tonight, not just whispers, but fleeting images, sensations. A sense of vastness, of profound age, of a silent, cosmic loneliness. And then a new sensation, a distant, rhythmic pulse. It wasn't a sound, it was a vibration, a deep thrumming that resonated in my very bones, a sensation I remembered from the monolith, but now far more diffuse, spread across an unimaginable distance. It was getting stronger. I rushed back to the lab, my heart hammering against my ribs. Petrova was already there, her face illuminated by the eerie glow of her monitors. Her eyes were wide, filled with a primal terror. "The oculus," she whispered, pointing to the screen. "It's active. It's no longer passive. It's emitting a signal." On the screen, the shimmering sphere above the caldera was no longer just reflecting. It was glowing faintly, pulsing with a rhythmic, low violet light, and from it, a faint but discernible energy signature was being broadcast outwards into deep space. "What is it broadcasting?" I demanded, my voice tight. Petrova zoomed in on the spectral analysis. The new signal was familiar, yet horrifyingly new. It contained the structure of the original query, but with a terrifying addition. "It's a response," Petrova choked out, her voice trembling. "It's our answer. It's relaying everything it observed. Our attack, the destruction of their equipment, our resistance." Thorne burst into the lab, alerted by the alarms Petrova had automatically triggered. He looked at the screen, then at us, his face a mask of dawning horror. "And it's transmitting the query response," Petrova continued, her voice rising to a frantic pitch. "The resource, quantification, reestablishment, designation, prime message. It's amplifying it, broadcasting it as a definitive statement." My blood ran cold. We had been heard, we had been assessed, and our fate had been sealed. "And there's more," Petrova stammered, pointing to a new graph, a new energy signature in deep space, following the trajectory of the original signal, but far, far larger. It's immense, and it's moving at many times the speed of light, faster than the first ship. Thorne stumbled back, clutching the edge of a console for support. His face was ashen. "How far?" Petrova's fingers flew across the keyboard, her voice barely audible. "Based on this new, colossal energy signature and its accelerated velocity, it's a massive fleet, and it could be here in days, perhaps a week, no more than 10 days. The thrumming in my mind intensified, synchronizing with the rhythmic pulse emanating from the oculus. It wasn't just a fleet, it was an armada, and it was coming, to reclaim, to punish. Thorne turned to us, his eyes burning with a desperate, terrible resolve. "This is it. They're coming, the full force of their empire. We have mere days to prepare for the invasion. This time there will be no holding back, for them or for us." The world, oblivious for months, was about to awaken to a truth far more terrifying than any fictional nightmare. The battle for Earth was about to begin, and we, a tiny speck in a vast, indifferent cosmos, were utterly, horrifyingly alone. The next 10 days were a blur of frantic, desperate preparation. The world, or at least its leadership, was plunged into a state of covert war readiness. The public facade of routine exercises and atmospheric research crumbled internally, replaced by an urgent, terrifying truth shared only among the highest echelons of power. Billions remained blissfully unaware, going about their lives, while their fate was being decided in hushed bunkers and gleaming command centers. Thorn, his face etched with exhaustion but his eyes burning with a relentless fire, became the de facto commander of Earth's defense. He worked ceaselessly, coordinating with military generals, scientific luminaries, and intelligence chiefs across every continent. His arguments, once met with skepticism, were now accepted as gospel. Humanity had to fight, and it had to fight smart. Anya's team, augmented by thousands of engineers and scientists from around the globe, worked on a new generation of orbital defense platforms. These weren't designed to destroy the alien fleet outright, that was a fantasy, but to provide a brief, desperate window of disruption. They integrated the few precious scraps of data from the Maelstrom drone's EMP burst, attempting to weaponize the feedback loop principle on a grander scale. They developed void cannons, theoretical energy projectors capable of creating localized subspace distortions, hopefully destabilizing alien shields. It was a race against time, with every calculation, every weld, every line of code infused with the weight of humanity's survival. Dr. Reed, meanwhile, had shifted her focus entirely to xenobiology and bioweaponry, a concept once unthinkable. Her team painstakingly analyzed every anomaly from the caldera, every strange mutation, every residual energy signature. She theorized that if the aliens were truly cosmic farmers dependent on biological energy, perhaps there was a biological weakness, a form of counter-harvesting, or a pathogen that could disrupt their organic components. It was a long shot, a morally ambiguous path, but every avenue was being explored. Petrova and I remained immersed in the alien signal. The oculus, now throbbing with a continuous low violet pulse, was amplifying the resource, quantification, our reestablishment, designation, prime message across interstellar space, a cosmic flare announcing humanity's doom. But in its ceaseless broadcast, there was also a flood of data, a continuous stream of alien thought and intent that Petrova's systems, aided by my increasingly coherent flashes of insight, were slowly beginning to process. My psychic connection, once a source of disjointed whispers, was now a roaring torrent. It felt as if a vast, alien ocean had opened in my mind, its currents pulling me into its depths. I saw fleeting images, star maps, colossal structures orbiting distant suns, alien beings, not the graceful gardeners I had glimpsed before, but something far more industrial, more monolithic, like living machines. I saw the Armada not as mere ships, but as entire ecosystems, self-sustaining cities hurtling through the void. It was overwhelming, terrifying, and yet sometimes there were brief, crystalline moments of clarity, glimpses of vulnerability. "They are a hive mind," I whispered to Thorn one evening, clutching my head as a particularly strong surge of alien data overwhelmed me. Not just the gardeners, but the whole empire, a vast, interconnected consciousness. The ships, the structures, the creatures, all part of a single, sprawling entity, like a biological network grown across the galaxy. Thorn looked at me, his face grim. A network we just violently severed a node from. Petrova, who had been listening intently, typed furiously. That explains the feedback loop. When the monolith was destroyed, it was like tearing a limb from a living being. The main ship wasn't just a vessel, it was an extension of that being. The EMP didn't just overload a machine, it caused a psychic scream that echoed through their entire collective consciousness. This new understanding was both terrifying and illuminating. If they were a hive mind, perhaps there was a central consciousness, a nerve center that could be targeted, or perhaps their very interconnectedness was a weakness. The final day dawned under a sky that seemed unnaturally clear, a cruel parody of peace. The thrumming in my mind was now a constant, deafening vibration, a premonition of cosmic thunder. On Petrova's screens, the deep space sensor arrays lit up with thousands of incoming signatures, a terrifying swarm descending upon our solar system. "They're here," Petrova announced, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. "The Vanguard. Estimated time to atmospheric entry, 2 hours." General Armitage's voice, amplified across the secure comms, was grim. "All units, final readiness check. Orbital platforms to full alert. Ground batteries primed. This is not a drill. This is humanity's last stand." From every hidden bunker, every secret base, humanity responded. Orbital platforms, barely finished, swiveled into position, their void cannons charging. Anti-orbital missile silos opened, revealing their monstrous payloads. Fighter jets, sleek and deadly, waited in underground hangars. As the 2 hours dwindled, the sky began to shift, not with clouds but with shadows, vast, impossible shadows. Then they appeared, not a few ships, but hundreds, perhaps thousands, materializing silently above Earth's atmosphere. They were titanic, sleek and dark, like obsidian mountains carved by an unseen hand. They didn't merely orbit, they positioned themselves, forming a vast, silent siege ring around the planet. And from the belly of these behemoths, smaller, predatory vessels began to deploy, swarming like angry hornets. "My God," Thorne whispered, staring at the main holographic projection. "It's an entire ecosystem, a conquering swarm." The oculus, still pulsating over the caldera, intensified its violet glow, now acting as a beacon, guiding the lead ships towards the Pacific. "They're coming for the Scar," Petrova said, her voice strained. "They're coming to reclaim the site, to repair the damage." The first of the smaller alien ships, like predatory sharks, began their descent towards the Pacific caldera. Humanity's response was immediate and overwhelming. "Fire!" General Armitage's voice roared over the comms. 1,000 streams of light erupted from Earth. Missiles streaked skyward, leaving fiery trails. Void cannons on orbital platforms pulsed with blinding blue energy, unleashing torrents of destabilizing force. Fighter jets roared into the upper atmosphere, meeting the alien Vanguard head-on. The battle was, as Thorne had predicted, an utter massacre. Human missiles exploded harmlessly against shimmering alien energy shields, barely making a dent. The void cannons, though marginally more effective, only caused brief flickers in the alien defenses before being repelled. Human fighters, though brave, were swatted aside like flies by alien interceptors that moved with impossible speed and agility, firing energy blasts that vaporized our most advanced aircraft in an instant. The alien armada didn't even seem to be fully engaging. It was a measured response, a casual demonstration of overwhelming force. Their primary target remained the caldera. As the first large alien ship, a sleek, arrow-like vessel that dwarfed any human city, began to enter Earth's atmosphere above the Pacific, the oculus flared, sending out a focused burst of violet energy. It was like a command signal, a a deep pulse that vibrated through my very core. "They're anchoring themselves to the oculus," Petrova shouted, pointing to her screen. "It's a connection point. They're using it to establish a new harvesting base, directly on the wound we created." Thorn, watching the carnage on the screen, his face a mask of utter despair, slammed his fist on the console. "This isn't working. We're bleeding for nothing." Suddenly, the constant, deafening thrum in my head shifted. The torrent of alien data changed, becoming less like a roar and more like a focused, desperate plea. I saw fragmented images, not of conquest, but of distress, not of a harvest, but of a wound that had become infected. The psychic scream from the monolith's destruction hadn't just been anger, it had been pain. "They're not just reestablishing the harvest," I gasped, clutching my head, the words tumbling out of me. They're trying to heal it. The caldera, it's a wound in their network, an infection. The exotic radiation from the explosion, it's disrupting their energy flow. It's poisoning them." Thorn spun around, his eyes wide. "What, are you certain?" "Yes," the whispers, "they're desperate. They're not just trying to take our resources, they're trying to mitigate the damage we caused." The query wasn't just an assessment, it was a diagnostic. Dr. Reed, who had been studying the latest radiation signatures from the caldera, suddenly gasped. "He's right. My latest samples show the exotic radiation isn't just inert. It's subtly interfering with certain bioelectrical processes at a molecular level. It's slow-acting, but incredibly potent against highly complex, energy-dense biological systems, like the ones we theorized for the alien network." A horrifying, yet exhilarating, realization dawned on Thorn's face. The EMP didn't just overload them. It created a weaponized wound. The destruction wasn't just physical, it was an infection within their bionetwork. The alien command ship, now hovering directly above the oculus, began to extend massive biomechanical tendrils towards the glowing caldera. They weren't weapons, but instruments, probes, attempting to analyze and neutralize the disruptive energy. The oculus pulsed furiously, directing the ship's efforts. "They're trying to contain it, to heal the wound," I yelled, the alien data now flowing with terrifying clarity, showing me their internal desperation. But the longer they interact with that caldera, the more their network gets infected. We have to sever their connection to it. "The oculus," Anya suddenly cried, pointing to her screen. "It's the nexus of their healing efforts. If we can disrupt the oculus, we can break their focus, and perhaps even amplify the infection." But how? Humanity's weapons were proving useless against the main armada. Then a new wave of images flashed in my mind, not of combat, but of data. The intricate layers of the alien signal, the geometric key I had instinctively provided. I saw the network not as a monolithic entity, but as a vast, complex web with nodes and conduits, strengths and weaknesses. The oculus was a focal point, yes, but it was also a transmission point. It was sending data out. "It's broadcasting their internal vulnerabilities," I screamed, pointing at Petrova's screen, where the oculus's outward signal was still strong. "The emergency diagnostic data. It's all there. Their core frequencies, their structural weaknesses, how the infection is spreading." Petrova's eyes snapped to her monitor, her fingers flying. "He's right. The broadcast is carrying an incredible amount of diagnostic data. It's unencrypted. They're so desperate to understand the infection, they're broadcasting their own medical records across the network." Thorn's eyes blazed. "Anya, can you intercept that diagnostic data? Can you find a way to weaponize it, to amplify the disruption at a specific frequency?" Anya, her face pale but her resolve hardening, nodded slowly. If the data is truly unencrypted, yes, we can design a localized, ultra-high frequency EMP burst, tuned precisely to their core energy signatures, to their internal biorhythms. It would be like a focused psychic shockwave. But how do we deliver it? General Armitage asked, his voice raw. Our ships can't get close enough to the Oculus. Their defenses are too strong. Another image flashed in my mind, the sphere, the one that had first probed me, flooding my consciousness with alien data. It wasn't just a probe, it was a transfer mechanism, a localized manifestation of their consciousness, designed for intimate data exchange. Me, I said the word a sudden, chilling certainty. I'm the delivery system, the sphere connected to my mind. It was a biotransfer. If I can connect to the Oculus, I can become a conduit, a living EMP. I can broadcast the disruption directly into their network. A stunned silence fell over the lab. Thorne stared at me, then at the screens, a profound understanding dawning on his face. You want to physically connect to the Oculus, to become the weapon. I nodded, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. It's the only way. The psychic pain is already a part of me. I can handle the feedback. I can focus it. I can rupture them from within. The decision was agonizing. The risk was immense. The potential cost, my very mind, perhaps my life. But as the alien ships continued their casual bombardment, as humanity's defenses crumbled, it became clear there was no other option. Within minutes, a stealth transport plane, its systems modified for extreme speed and a single occupant, was prepared. Anya, her hands trembling, uploaded the refined, weaponized frequency data into a neural interface device, a complex helmet designed to amplify and focus my own psychic connection. Petrova gave me a last, desperate hug, her face wet with tears. Thorne, his face a mask of grim determination, gripped my shoulder. May whatever higher power exists guide you, your name. You are humanity's last hope. The flight was a terrifying blur. As the small plane approached the glowing caldera, ducking under the constant barrage of alien fire, I could see the Oculus with my own eyes. It hung there, a perfect, shimmering violet sphere, pulsating with a malevolent light, drawing the colossal alien ship towards it like a hungry maw. The psychic thrumming in my head intensified to an unbearable crescendo. The plane's pilot, a brave young woman, brought us within meters of the Oculus, holding position amidst the chaos. Now your name, go. I donned the neural interface helmet. 1,000 voices, 1,000,000 thoughts surged into my mind through the alien network, amplified by the Oculus, screaming with pain, with urgency, with the cold logic of a dying entity. I felt the collective consciousness of the Armada, trying to heal the wound, trying to repair the broken link. And through it all, the burning memory of the Maelstrom drone's success, the devastating feedback loop. With a deep breath, I activated the helmet's primary function. It was no longer a human device. It was an extension of the alien network, focused by my will. The refined, weaponized frequency data, honed by Anya and Petrova, began to flow through my mind, through the Oculus, directly into the heart of the alien collective. For a moment, nothing happened. The psychic scream in my head intensified, 1,000,000 alien minds recoiling in confused agony. Then the Oculus flared, not with its usual violet light, but with an internal, blinding, white-hot intensity. It shrieked, a soundless scream of pure energy that ripped through the very fabric of my being. My body convulsed, my muscles seizing. The pain was beyond anything I had ever known, 1,000 EMPs exploding in my skull, tearing at my consciousness. I felt myself shattering, my mind fragmenting, dissolving into the vast, indifferent expanse of the alien network. But I held on, driven by a primal, human will, by the desperate hope of billions. I pushed the disruptive frequency outwards, focusing every ounce of my fading consciousness into the attack. The oculus pulsed, then began to crack, not with fine fissures, but with gaping, incandescent rents like a dying star. The colossal alien ship hovering above it shuddered, its energy shields flickering violently. The biomechanical tendrils recoiled, dissolving into nothingness. And then, with a deafening roar that vibrated through the cosmos, the oculus exploded. But this time it was different. There was no blinding flash of violet. Instead, a wave of pure white-hot anti-energy rippled outwards. It wasn't destructive in a physical sense. It was erasure, a surgical, precise dissolution of the alien network. The colossal alien ship above the caldera began to unravel. Its sleek obsidian hull disintegrated, not with an explosion, but with a silent, cascading collapse of energy. Its smaller vessels, still descending, froze in midair, then dissolved into nothingness like smoke on the wind. The energy signatures on Petrova's screen, thousands of them, vanished, one by one, in an instant. The psychic scream in my mind reached an unbearable crescendo, then abruptly, terrifyingly died. The alien ocean retreated, leaving behind a profound, ringing silence. My connection was severed. My mind, shattered but strangely intact, was mine again. I collapsed in the cockpit, the neural interface helmet clattering to the floor. The pilot, pale and trembling, immediately veered the plane away from the epicenter of the silent annihilation. Back at the command center, Petrova, Thorne, Anya, and Reed stared at the main screen in stunned silence. The thousands of red dots representing the alien armada were gone. The colossal ship above the caldera was gone. The oculus was gone. Where it had been, the caldera still smoldered, but the infectious energy now glowed with a faint, healing light. "They're gone," Petrova whispered, tears streaming down her face. All of them dissipated, erased. Thorne, his face a mixture of awe and profound exhaustion, slowly sank into his chair. "We didn't defeat them in battle, Anya. We severed the network. We hit them at their core. We cut off the head of the hive." The world, still largely unaware of the silent war that had just been fought, slowly returned to an uneasy peace. The skies, so recently filled with the terrifying shadows of the Armada, were clear once more. The vast crater in the Pacific remained, a permanent scar, but its violet glow had faded, replaced by a strange, ethereal shimmer of healing energy. I returned to the Institute a changed person. The psychic connection was gone, but its echoes lingered. I was no longer a mere scientist. I carried the memory of the alien hive mind, the terror of its power, and the profound, silent pain of its disruption. I was a bridge between two realities, forever altered by the encounter. Humanity had won, but at a terrible cost. The world knew now that it was not alone. The existential threat, though temporarily vanquished, had left an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. Resources were poured into defensive technologies, deep space surveillance, and the desperate search for other potential allies or threats. We had learned to fight, but more importantly, we had learned to listen, to try and understand. Thorne, no longer just a scientist, became Earth's voice in the nascent interstellar community. He advocated for peace, for understanding, but also for unceasing vigilance. Anya continued to push the boundaries of technology, haunted by the destructive power she had wielded, but driven by a renewed purpose: to protect. Petrova and Reed dedicated their lives to deciphering the remnants of alien technology and biology, hoping to glean secrets that could ensure humanity's future. And I became an anomaly, a living repository of forgotten knowledge. The fragmented whispers sometimes returned, not as a threat, but as echoes of a vast, silent grief. I sometimes felt a profound loneliness, a sense of loss for the connection, however terrifying, that had once linked me to a galaxy-spanning consciousness. But I also felt a deep, abiding hope. Humanity had faced its greatest fear, and against all odds had survived. We were no longer utterly, horrifyingly alone. We were part of something larger, a vast, indifferent cosmos, and we were ready now to truly face it. Our journey had just begun.